anyone's actually watching this. I don't know how this works. Okay. Great. Okay. I know this is early. Okay. I'm just getting files together. I don't know what I'm doing. All right. Great. 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 Okay. This is going to be weird. Okay. All right. That looks fine. I'm just going to say be right back. Wait, are people watching this? Okay. All right. It seems like people are actually watching this. Like 20 people are watching this. I don't know how Twitch works at all. I have no clue what I'm doing. So hi, you're staring at a blank screen. Okay, let's start mastering Aglet Mono. So why not? Sure. I'll save this. This is going to be the world's most boring thing ever. Wow, there's no feedback. Okay. All right. You know what? One must tweet, right? Okay. The hellscape of Twitter. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right, here we go. I guess I'll find my tweet. Buy this. Okay. I'll retweet this with a comment. And I'll just say I just misspelled awkwardly. Great. It's going well. Okay. Retweet. Retweet my tweet. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, now I got files. All right, let's start files. Okay. Here we go. I guess unfortunately some people might see stuff that they're not supposed to. Okay. All right. So by name. Okay, here we go. This is nice because we've released Aglet, Aglet Sans, and now we're releasing Aglet Mono. So I'm going to copy these files. And okay, because I have that gives me a working base. Although it's going to be a ton of files. Now it's making weird sounds. I don't understand Twitch people. I really don't. But I'm twitching. Is it called twitching? I don't know. That sounds wrong. So we're watching files being copied, which I guess if I thought about oh, hello. Hello people. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. All right. Yes. I don't know what I'm doing. So you just have to bear with me and just remember I'm old. I'm like 41. It's true. All right, here we go. Mono. Okay. So I don't even know if you can, this is probably way too small to see on my screen. I have a folder. It's called Aglet Mono. Okay. I guess we can crank this up. There we go. So in my mastering folders, I kind of do a couple different things. I've got usually an archive, a mastering folder, a folder for notes, a folder scripts, and a folder for the source. So the archive will be any zips that get sent to me. So Jesse sent me Aglet Mono, so I'm just going to copy that in here. We're going to get this set up, and then I got some notes here from Sans, but I also have Jesse's notes here, so I'll just put those in. Delete from my desktop. Yes, my desktop is always gray. See, we got that. So that's my notes. These scripts will probably come in useful at some point, so we'll just leave them there. Source folders. So I can wipe this out right now because this is all for Aglet Sans. And um, we got Aglet Mono. So we got these folders from Jesse. He sent me his beta OTFs. There's the beta OTFs, just generated from RoboFont. Got source files for reference. So here are my source files. So he's got the design space files and then instances. So I'm probably actually not even going to look at this because this is just in case something goes wrong and I need that. Here's feature code that he's already written. So that's helpful. We're going to drop that into source. Got that. And then here's the sort order. So I'm going to throw that into notes just so I have that. And I'll read the notes here in a second because I haven't done that yet because Jesse sent me this just a couple hours ago. And hello. Oh, I have to pay attention to a chat. And I've got two screens going on. So hi, people. This is going to be like watching paint dry. So this is all an experiment. All right, UFOs. So here are UFOs. So these are all Aglet Mono. So you're seeing Aglet Mono for the first time, which is something I browbeat Jesse into making. And now it's done. Okay, so that's all Jesse had in his folder. So I got some feature code that he gave me. I got his UFOs, and then this stuff, which I'm not going to look at right now. So while that copies, I'm going to come over here and look at his notes. And so I have a sort of standard, I'm just going to blow up the point size to this to like 36. Okay. I kind of have a bad document of questions for mastering that I send people. So is there anything that I need to know that's not obvious? So we've got, I need to know that complex A is a default. Complex G, I, and L are default in the Romans. Simple is an italic. Non-defaults are named alt in all styles. So it's flip-flopped. And the italic artwork is centered. Okay. It's a mono. There's no kerning. Haha. All right. Oh yes, I gotta remember combining diacritics for this. Okay. That's right. Aglet Sans, case, stylistic sets. We are including arbitrary fractions. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna do that, Jesse. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. Stylistic sets. Same as in Slab and Sands. We don't have 007. We need to add two more. So we got some ligatures and dummy ligatures. How many weights and styles? Glyph order file. Okay, all styles have the same character set. Jesse always removes his overlaps. He hasn't checked it, so I'll do that. Okay. I gotta change the panel settings. Okay, great. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to revert changes, and I'll come back and refer to that file. Oh wait. Oh, you don't get stereo. Oh, because it's a mono mic. Oh crap. Okay, thanks for. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to this very well. Okay, so let me see what I can do about that. Edit. Convert to mono. Yes. Okay. Oh, there's a button for this. All right. I don't know. No, we want that. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. It's yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm doing when it comes to mastering, but Twitch is totally new to me. So I'm just going to talk through what I do. I can't imagine anyone finds this to be interesting, but here we go. I'm just going to make fun of myself a lot. Okay, so we got this, we got that. That's copied. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yes, this is a folder of my messy desktop that I just dumped everything in because I'll fix that later. Okay. Here we go. Source files. So the first thing I'm going to do in these, because Jesse's removed overlap, is I'm going to do some checks. So I'm going to open up my terminal application. Actually, let me just switch to iTerm, make a new one. All right. So I'm gonna have to do this slightly differently than I normally do so that things are visible. So bear with me. So here's my terminal, iTerm. Steven Nixon told me on iTerm. It's decent. Okay, yeah, window management is not something I really care about. So that's probably gonna drive 12 people crazy. Let's see. Can I make text bigger? Oh yes. Okay. All right. So that's gonna. Ooh. Okay. That's nope. Probably not big enough. Okay. Okay. Probably good. Seriously. Yeah, okay. So now people can meet in the chat. All right. And I can use a terminal. It's great. Wonderful. Okay. So let's just go to here. Wonderful. LS. Okay, I'm not gonna walk everyone through how that works. It's the terminal. Okay, so I'm going to go through and just check out lines. So I'm going to switch to the FDK. So I've got a shortcut set up to drop me into that virtual environment. I think they just updated the FDK. Let's live on the edge. So let's go pip install AFDKO data update. Oh, okay, fine. Whatever. There we go. Okay. Oh, I thought they just pushed a new one. Guess not. Oh, it's not update, it's upgrade. Yeah, okay, there we go. Oh, someone wants the quiz. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hi Jesse. Someone wants does this actually update something? Wonderful. Oh, 3.5. Okay, great. Oh, that's what I thought. Okay. Let's clear. Okay, so someone won. It's just an RTF document. I will. Oh God, what's the best way to post that? Someone in the chat, tell me the best way to post that. I guess I can make it a gist, but it's an RTF. I don't know. Internet. Okay, so let's check outlines. I'll say this: of all my clients, Jesse is the one who sends me the cleanest outlines. So everything's probably going to be okay, but we're just going to do that. So again, okay, so I'm in the FTK. Okay. So, all right. I set up a virtual environment for the FTK. I master out FTK. I don't use font make for anything but variable fonts for a couple of reasons. One, I've been using the Adobe Font Development Kit, which I just call the FTK, for, I don't know, God, 10 years. So I know it really well. It's sort of the baseline standard before FontMake. So FontMake still has, I think, a couple edge cases, probably less and less so far. Um, but I like the FDK. I like its build process. It makes sense to my brain. You may hate it. That's totally fine. Use FontMake. It's also great. I use FontMake for variable fonts. To each their own. It doesn't really actually matter. Okay, so, but you get with the FTK, you get some nice things like checkout lines. So we're going to check out lines. So let's just do an LS. All right, so to make my life easier, the first thing I'm going to do is just take these UFOs, take these all. I'm going to go to rename, and I'm just going to take out all the spaces. Now we don't have to escape anything. Oh, look, great. Okay. So I can do an LS again. Great. No spaces except for the feature code. And that's fine. Deal with that at some point. That just makes everything easier on the terminal. So checkout lines, and we'll just do black.ufo. All right, so we're just gonna go through this. I just do this manually. All right, so O/T-bar, A-ring, CCDS. So we've got some intersections. So that probably actually means that even though Jesse said that overlap was removed, it's not. So we'll open up that UFO. I'm just going to tell people I'm not going to be very good at like paying attention to the chat. I'm going to try the best I can. It's like adding another layer of like thinking to this. So this is very awkward for me. But hey, the reason I'm doing this is because I think it's useful for people to probably know these are the wrong files. Are these the wrong files? No, how are these the wrong files? Jesse, they're the right files. What you sent me. All right, so Jesse gets to watch me fumble through this. And all right, so oh, Jesse sent me the wrong files. Ha 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 ha. This is awesome. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to mail. What happens when your client watches you master stuff? I'm gonna drink some iced coffee. Like I said, I'm not engaging, and I'm gonna run out of jokes real quick. So this is a zip of the files, Jesse. Now I'm getting spam. Well, that was great. So Twitch was wonderfully spam free for me for all of 10 minutes. DJR is asking, do I use Git for you? I do. And so actually, well, as soon as Jesse tells me something here, so Jesse, this is what I did. Here are the UFOs. That's what I used. I'm just waiting. So normally I would just be emailing Jesse. Actually, no, I wouldn't. I would just remove overlap, and not tell Jesse. Now I have to wait for this to download. Okay, hold on. Hi, people. So I'll answer questions while I wait for a file to download through my email. Okay, there it is. All right, great. Okay, so DDR asked, do I use Git for my UFOs? Can you eject the spammer? Oh, yes, I probably can. I don't know how to do that. Oh, show viewers list. Where is the spammer? Hold on. Again, I've never done this before. I've never done this before, so I you just think of me as basically an idiot. That's probably useful actually. Hold on. Now we've got like I like this. That's fun. Probably click on the username then ellipses. Yes. Username. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Block. Yes. Okay. Ban. Oh, great. You can block and ban. That makes you feel better. Thank you, Snow Gear. Okay. This is the weirdest thing I've ever done. Okay. I've done some weird stuff. Okay. All right. So there we go. Source files. Now we go back to this. Now we delete these. Delete. This is gonna be very funny. Okay, so we got that. A copy's over. And quit that. Okay. I didn't talk through my files all the way. Okay, so this is like just doing its thing. CJ, what's the weirdest thing I've ever? I don't know. You know, I really don't know. Uh, Twitch is probably up there. Okay. So we got the archive. So actually, just for sorry, I should not have deleted that. Okay, so sorry, people. Yeah. Uh, uh, so I'm just gonna save that because it's I find it very useful. One, I don't want to see those in search, so I keep them in zip files, which yes is not the um oh, now I'm getting questions. Okay, so I keep these in zip files just because they're nice to come back to, and then you can unzip them, mess with the UFOs, and then if you got the zips, I know it's Git. You can go back in history. Sometimes it's a pain in the butt. Um, so I just keep them as zip files. So our mastering files, I'm just gonna stop this TTF folder. So this is how I do this. I don't need this. We'll keep this build, keep that. I'm keeping the family structure right now. So I'm just gonna keep all this stuff. Um, so hold on, I can't deal with that. So I'm just going to stomp on actually everything that's in these. Just to have a folder structure, because the weight names are all the same. So it's nice when you do a family and you can just go back and forth. Sorry, so if you have family, you can go back and forth and, like we're beating a dead horse with Aglet probably. But I feel like I can say these things because you guys are all type people. So you're not like going to buy fonts. Probably you're here to learn how to master fonts, so I can make fun of our products. Um, Actually, all our products good. And actually, I think Aglet Mono is pretty cool. And especially because I it's Jesse to do it. Okay, so I'm gonna leave all these files. And we got that. We got this basic thing set up. So now I'm just gonna go source tree. Um, Yes, the Aglet horse is very alive. I know, it just feels weird be like, "Look, it's another version of Aglet, in the middle of a pandemic." I don't know how you hot marketing in 2020. Uh, so whatever. Okay, so I've got this. I'm going to add my exit repository, keep everything in work. Git. I'm just modified. Oh, because I copied it, it doesn't have that. Don't look at my clients, please. Okay, so Aglet Mono, open that. Okay, so I copied this. We've got this going on. Yeah, Aglet Mono, this time without kerning. That's how I convinced Jesse. So this is just my initial check-in. So I've got all these files. Copying and Git archive is a bad idea. Yeah, all you Git people are like, yeah, it's a really bad idea. Okay, sorry. So we're just gonna go up cd. And this is when we use Google, and we're just gonna say remove Git from folder. I don't remember this stuff. I just Google it. And look, Stack Overflow. Haha. No, actually. Okay, someone in the chat is probably going to tell me a better way of doing this at some point. Hold on. I'm going to look at these questions. 1 second. Yeah, I gotta remove the hidden folder, but it's all okay. We can do it this way. Someone's asking about the stylistic set, even default alternates. We do that. I'll show you that. I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since Aglet. It's been a year. Last all it yes. Yes, 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 yes. There's probably a much better way of doing this. Everyone who's better at Unix than me is now laughing at me. You know what? I know how we're going to do this. Okay, yeah, like this is the most boring thing ever. Just quit, cancel. Yes. Yeah. Hold on. rf.get. Thank you. Okay. It's okay. Okay, so thank you, chat. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm setting myself up like I know what I'm doing. Okay, so that's gonna make this way better. Yes, it's moved or deleted. I know that. Okay, it's delete. I use source tree for the most part. Thank you, Nick. I use source tree as my GUI get client. It works for the most part. So I'm just going to open that. Got that. Create remote repository. So do that. Create that. All right. So I've got this. I just say everything, and then okay. So and push it to the remote, and now I have a backup. Oh yeah, I removing files is like I knew it was there, but like the right RM. Yeah, I'm lazy. The right RM thing is I've never used Git Kraken. It's just a GUI. Use whatever you like. The This is just committing and it's taking a while because I guess I'm probably also pushing video. Yes. Okay, great. All right, so we can ignore that now. All right, where was I? I know where I was. Okay. It's I've never used Git Kraken. Use whatever Git GUI you like. Nina, you've missed nothing about Git. I just check projects in. Source tree is usually great. Sometimes it chokes on huge files and then dies. And the command line is. There's no way I'm publishing this, by the way, because this is embarrassing. The command line is your friend then. But sometimes you just want to see things in a different way. All right, so okay, back to this thing. Oh, I should not have done that. I'm not going to care about this git change. So here's the thing. Spaces in file names cause problems. They don't cause problems. They're just annoying to deal with on the command line. So I'm just going to do that. That's going to, when I open up source tree, it's going to see that I've moved things. So the proper way of doing what I just did was to actually rename the files in Git, but I'm being lazy. I'm being totally lazy, so I don't care. So this is bad Git, but the only person that ever sees this Git repository is me. So I don't care, basically. So all you people who are gonna Git are now yelling at me because I didn't do Git rename file. But it's the start of the project. It'll be fine. Drinking iced coffee. All right. So while that does its thing. All right. So now we got this. It's easy to use now. Okay. Here we go. Now you'll see how clean Jesse's outlines are because, and we'll just do this. Got that. Okay. Everyone hopefully can see this. Great. Here we go. Now see how clean Jesse's outlines are because I can go to check outlines UFO, and that's a command line tool that comes with the FTK, and I can just do star and back and then it'll check it. And what this does is it'll make sure that there aren't like weird stuff, overlap, removal gone wrong, things like that. There are two versions. Check Outlines UFO is the open source one. Check Outlines is the older version. I usually run both, but the problem is that Check Outlines doesn't work with UFO 3s. At least I don't think it does. Let's find out. Every time I do this, it doesn't work, I'm pretty sure. It the older version actually caught a couple things that Check Outlines UFO does. Oh, it does. That's right. Um, Ooh, thank God. Okay. I run both. So Check Outlines and Check Outlines UFO. Because Check Outlines will catch a couple things that Check Outlines UFO will not. Although I think they're improving Check Outlines a lot, so it probably does now. So this is like belt and suspenders. So I'm just going to go through all these files. So that's the first thing I do. If I got UFOs from someone who hadn't removed overlap, I would have removed overlap. And I want to, okay, so you got to bear in mind that you're going to ship probably OTFs and TTFs. So what I want to do, and you'll see how these in RoboFont, these sets, they're just only outlines. Actually, I should check this before I do this, but Jesse's usually good, so I don't. So he's actually decomposed the Cydia. But you'll see only components. This is everything that just has a component. So I'm just going to go through and look at this really carefully to make sure there's not like an Oganek or something. So that's why I have this smart set, which is Cydias and Oganeks. Because usually what you do is you get files from someone and the Oganek will be a component and it overlaps. And while in TDF files you can have overlapping components, I usually just decompose them because it sort of works in TTF and sort of doesn't work in TTF. And then if someone's using your TTF in Illustrator and it outlines the type, then it outlines both components and it looks really bad. So if I've got an overlapping component, I will decompose and remove overlap. Some of you are probably pulling your hair out and yelling at me that I've done the wrong thing, but that's what I do. Um, so Jesse has already done that for me, so that's work I don't have to do, which is awesome. Because when I looked at components, we didn't have anything. Cool. This feels weird. I usually just play music, but I'm assuming if I play music, then the copyright police come after me. So so I'm just gonna go through and check this stuff, and occasionally look at the chat. And because my eyes are old, I have to go this way. Oh, I will. I'll publish this. Whatever. Public embarrassment. It's fine. Don't worry. I will still publish this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was funny. The Type Lab thing that then like killed it because then there was no music. Because of the copyrighted music. Okay, yes, I will publish this. Why not? Then I guess. Oh, Winston Scully. I loathe Spotify for I don't know, like reasons. It's fine. Put on your own music. I'll sit in silence. Everyone can choose what they want to listen to instead of being forced to whatever I can find that's copyright free, which um probably not going to work out so well. Okay. So anyway, I'm just checking this, but Jesse's done the thing I need. Normally I'll check this before, and then I usually have a keyboard command set up with a quick RoboFont script that just decomposes and removes overlap. But I don't have to do that here because it's already done. So I can just go through all these files. So I've done black, so now we got to do black italic. So this is like just boardroom. Oh wait. So Jesse is just no. DJR is sending. What is this? Oh, Rob Stenson. Yeah, Rob's talk was great. I can't play it because I can't play his website because then if I ever put this on YouTube, then the copyright police come after me. All right. But Rob Stinson is totally awesome. That talk is great. And um his thing for animation, like with sound, was like, I mean, you can do a lot with Drawbot, but that was a really cool. It was really, really cool. So if you're into animating with sound and Drawbot drives you crazy, look at his thing, the name of which I can't remember, but someone in the chat will probably remember. Look, everyone, we're just going to. Okay, did I do check outlines? Okay, check outlines UFO. So I'm getting nothing. You could batch this. So someone's gonna ask me, why don't I just have a shell script that batches this? And the answer is normally you get errors, and then I stop, and then I actually, yeah, I do this for each style, Lila. Uh, um, Normally I'll stop, fix it in the UFO, check it again, and just keep on going. So you'll see I've done checkout lines. All right, so let's go back to italic. So yeah, this is boring and tedious. And normally, um, yeah, you could script it so it just does checkout lines and everything. I have a script somewhere that does that. But normally there's like one or two errors they just stop and fix. And if you do it in a batch, then I don't know. I just like doing it this way. It's probably dumb. Just because I do it doesn't mean it's good. Uh, yeah, no, it's a command line. So this is a command line tool, checkout lines. So um I don't know. The command line's totally fine. I have no problem with it. Um Sometimes it's just nice to like sit and do this. So I've done black, bold, extra lights next. And I'm just gonna start with checkout lines and then do checkout line. So I find if there's gonna be an error, it's gonna be in the lightest. With Jesse's work, if there's gonna be an error, it's gonna be in the lightest or it's gonna be in like the heaviest, because that's just when like something goes wonky. Um, yes, you can make it a turn. Yes, yes. It wouldn't make it harder to do it as a batch. So if you did it as a batch, you would just like get a huge text file and then you have to pick through the text file and then fix all the stuff. So I kind of just view this as something that's interactive. And so normally, like I said, something would go wrong, but these are Jesse outlines, so there's usually never anything. It's like shocking when it happens. Um, so so normally what you're doing is you're occasionally just like stopping and looking, and I kind of like that process. Okay, extra light italic is next. I like that process, but if you wanted to, you could batch it. I have a script that does batching. I should say this. I'm doing the thorough version of checkout lines. You can do Jesse's just waiting to see if there's an error. Um, you can do checkout lines -I, which does like if you've got files from a client, say, and you just want to make sure that there isn't anything major, the -I will check just the major stuff. So like especially if you're doing like a if you're doing a like a distressed font, there's going to be like outline stuff that'll just scream at you that doesn't matter. So the -I just quiets all that down and lets you just see like major stuff. But I do the thorough version. And you'll see even on the thorough version, there's nothing wrong with Jesse's outlines. We're almost getting through this. Step 1. Um, Okay, Winston Scully. So what I'm doing is I am going through and checking to make sure that there are no problems with any of these outlines. So we did italics of lights next. Um, because what I'm doing is I'll everything is done and the fonts, overlap's been removed. I'm just looking for errors. Thank you, CJ. Crossing handles, small counters, interpolation, weird stuff. These tools just give you they don't give you a perfect check, but they give you like a are the outlines mathematically sound and like pass these tests basically. Um, okay, so we got lights, then we'll do Um, I'll say this because this has bitten me in the past. If you're in glyphs and you're mastering from UFOs, make sure I forget what the thing is called when you export UFOs. But there's an option in glyphs to basically turn off to when it exports the UFOs, it like further kind of flattens them. So like people in glyphs do this thing where you might have like a corner where the you basically have an outside triangle that gets removed. Um, so if you don't turn that on, that those little triangles will be in your UFOs, um, and checkout lines will not catch those, and then they'll be in your shipping fonts because you forgot to check that box. So just be aware of that if you're using glyphs, because that's happened to me in the past, and that was embarrassing. Someone in the chat, I'm sure, will tell me what that option in glyphs is. Decompose smart stuff. Yes, yes, that's it. Yeah, decompose smart stuff. So if you don't check that, then you'll just end up shipping fonts with triangles. Okay. Da, 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 da. Yeah, this is like much like watching paint dry. Again, this is just what I do. So this is my process. I'm not saying it's like the world's best process. I'm just saying it's my process. No one is nostalgic for FontLab, Nina. uh, I had one of my favorite clients is still on FontLab 5, and sometimes I have to edit stuff. And what you forgot about FontLab is sometimes you will touch a point and the whole thing will just crash. And like it just has this ghost, and like you'll like move one control arm and FontLab will crash, and it reopens, and then you try and move the control arm and it crashes again, and it does it 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 again. Um, and you get fed up and you just make a UFO and then you fix it in RoboFont and you re-import that one glyph. I have done that. What I did semi bold. So let's do semi bold. Jesse, so far your outlines are fine. This whole thing will be great for people who want to go to sleep. This is semi bold italic. Yeah. So far nothing. Check outlines UFO, semi bold italic. Normally this is just me and podcasts. Yeah, Lila. Yeah, Lila's actually right. The font mastering for airports. Yes. Font lab errors, yes. Lila's right. Like actually if you want to do weird distress stuff to your type, Font Lab 5 has like really nice filters and it will do it really well. I've made some weird stuff in Font Lab 5 that you can do in RoboFont, but it's it's a little harder. And the outlining is good and the fake bold was decent. But man, the crashing. The crashing. I mean, once you know it. Oh, look. we have our first error in Ultra, and this is an error which is so minor, but we are still fixing it. So checking ampersand, we're gonna open up Ultra. Our first error. There we go. Is FontLab 7 more stable? I don't know. I have not used FontLab 7. Jesse has one error in his ampersand, and all it is, I guarantee you. Let's see. I haven't used FontLab 7 extensively, so I can't answer that question. So this will actually tell you where it is. So this is saying 223, so that's around here. And all that is this little thing here, and that's a remove overlap error. So I'm going to do is snap that down, and I'm going to fix Jesse's outlines for him, and I think he would approve of that. I'm going to hit save, and then I can do this. So this is why I do it. So I do it this way. Yeah, of course, space has no outline data. That's fine. Okay. So that went away. This is nonsense because it will have no outline data. And so we're good. I'm just going to check this space. Yeah, 600. Cool. So that was all that was wrong. It was just a remove overlap error. It's just, it really is a rounding error. That's all that happened. Jesse knows. And he approves. Good. Yeah, I am happy to find errors because, like, it means Jesse's human. I mean, Jesse is human, but uh but I mean, honestly, like, the cleanest outlines come from Jesse Reagan. True. Not even Chris Soursby has outlines that are this clean. I know. Jesse doesn't know I do this. So not even Kim Barber has outlines that are this clean. All right, so 14 fonts, one minor thing. That's it. All right, so that's step one. Okay, great. So we can hide terminal, and we'll go update. Okay. So we'll go here. Just make sure that that ampersand fix is there. Okay, great. All right, so we'll just start with. I just like to work down. Let's see. I'm trying to follow the chat too. This may not have been my best idea, considering like uh uh we need to get this font mastered because we're releasing at the end of this week. Okay. Here we go. Font info. So there are a couple things here to pay attention to. The things with mastering, I don't care about any of this legal stuff because I'm going to put it back in at another point. So it's nice we put that in when we ship out betas to have it, but I'm not going to care about that. What I really care about here is all the open type stuff. And so there are a couple things we have to set. We've got to set our vertical metrics, but I think Jesse worked from previous files, so I don't think I'm actually going to even have to touch these. But I'll talk about how I set those. And I got to set the weight classes. I got to check those width classes. So actually, width, I got to change that to normal. So this is where you set the width of your font. And you want to, like, this is basically a normal font, so it's not semi-expanded, expanded, ultra, whatever. It's normal. So I'll set that, and you got to set weight classes. So the things that you need to know about setting weight classes are basically your bold has to be 700, your regular has to be 400. You don't really want to dip below a weight value of 250. You can go to 100 per the spec, but Windows does weird things if it is less than 250, so you don't want to dip below 250. I'm gonna pause for 1 second with classes. No, actually, CJ, that's not true. If you want your ordering of your fonts to appear in InDesign in a rational way, it actually looks at width classes. So if you have something set at condensed, it'll show that first, and then like the regular width, and then the expanded. So that's how in InDesign it will show your fonts. So if you don't have width classes set, it will just be a random mess. So actually, yes. I don't sleep. Yeah, I went to bed at 2 last night. Um, yes, it probably is. Someone saying the weirdness for Windows is for OTF files. That is probably true. But here's the deal, like, you want your TTF and your OTFs to be the same, so you're if you're shipping both TTF and OTF, like, you don't want one weight system for one format and a different weight system for the other format, so you're stuck with that. I think also the 250 thing may have gone away, um, but just because Windows is fixed in Windows 10 doesn't mean there aren't a bunch of people who don't run Windows 10. So um, yeah, CJ is saying it's for older software. I am when it comes to font mastering, I'm very conservative. And so I just do things I do things a lot. I do things the way I've done them for a long time that have worked and haven't bitten me. So even though software has changed and maybe you can get away with things that aren't 250, I still do it because one, I know it's not going to mess up, and two, once you ship a font, you don't know if someone's still running Windows XP because someone still is, and you just don't want to you 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 know like if you can make it work, you can make it work. All right, so I'm going to set Panos values. So I'm going to set that here in black, and then I can do a copy paste of that. I'll show you how I do that. I always set the Panos values. Some people don't. I do. I find they actually work. Do not read the Panos specification because it will drive you crazy trying to figure it out. It's not worth it. Um, yeah, it's totally not worth it figuring out the Panos spec. You just put rational things in that seem fine. So that's all I do. Like, it's not worth it. Serif style. Okay, we've got a mix of things. So I'm actually for this going to say we do have serifs in this, and they're rounded. So it's rounded. Weight here, that's our black. So we'll pick black. Proportion, monospaced. This is the monospace font. We should run a check to make sure that something hasn't gone awry because I haven't done that. Panos values. Oh God, yeah. Thank you, Nina. So basically, yes, actually. Yes. CJ is absolutely right. Don't set a non-mono font to be mono. It will go wrong real bad, but you want to set it for a monospace font. So Panos values was this thing where back in ye olden days, laser printers had very little memory. People didn't have fonts. So if you sent a document to a printer and it didn't have that font in memory, it would use the Panos values to match it to something that was like close enough. Because printers would ship with fonts installed and to kind of cover all sorts of things. So yeah. Um, but some applications still look at these numbers to determine things. Just this morning on the IBM Plex repository, an uh, Apple developer was saying like, I can't get this information out of IBM Plex, and it turns out that there's even an older thing which I don't think you can set here. Can you? No. Yeah, you can't set it in UFOs because it's so old. There was an IBM system too. Um, it's not even in the OS table. Yeah, I don't think you can set any UFO. There was an older IBM system, so the Apple stuff doesn't look at Panos, but it looks at this even older IBM system, which is crazy. Okay. Does this have contrast? No, not really. We'll just say very low. Stroke variation, not really. So we'll just say no variation. Arm style. So these two things are make sense. So straight arms just means that um if you look at the cap E, what does it look like? So let's just expand this out. There's our cap E. It's a straight arm and there's no serif at the end. So straight arm, horizontal. There we go. Letter form. This is where like trying to figure out what it should be is crazy making. Oblique is for your italics, normals for your Romans. What these mean: square, off center, rounded, flattened, boxed, weighted. Uh, I've read the Panos thing. It makes no sense to me. This is where you can really have a drinking game. We're just gonna say boxed. Midline. So this is actually doing two things. The midline is this trim pointed or serif, just talking about the top of the A. So we are trimmed. And the midline is basically like if you think about your E or the midline of things, is it standard, high, constant, or low? So this is kind of standard and trimmed. High would be like Neuterface. Actually, low would be Neuterface. High would be like a flip Neuterface. Constant. The difference between constant and standard, no idea. Don't care. Um, that's just. I mean, it does. You need to set rational things, but at a certain point, like they don't have to actually. It's crazy. X height, if it's a script face, it's going to be ducking because it's going to go above and below the X height a bunch. This is constant and fairly actually standard. So we'll just leave it at that. Okay. So that's setting Panos. Once you set this, what I usually do is I just have a script and I copy these values, and then all I have to do is change the weight and the where was that letter form. So when it goes to oblique, italic, it's obliqued, and then that's it. So you just change those two values. So once you do it for one of your family members, you can just copy these values and just chug through. Um, yeah, yeah. Hold on. I'm going to look. Oh, CJ might be right. It might be used by Adobe Sans. That would be. Yeah, my suspicion actually, I don't know if anyone has ever like tried to figure out how like FontBook sorts fonts. I have a suspicion based on like that thing from today that it might actually be using the IBM classification system to sort fonts, which would be insane because it's um yeah, what role does superstition play in font engineering? I would say a big one, but it's more like what role does a history of like things going basically it's sort of like a rat trap, right? Like you're not going to put your finger in it after your finger gets snapped. So once something bites you, you like stay away from it. Um I don't know if that's superstition. Uh okay. Sorry. I'm just trying to. Okay. Uh, oh, type cooker values would be fun. Okay. All right. Yeah. So someone should make type cooker with the Panos values, and then people can figure out what normal boxed means. I don't know. Okay, so you got to set. I set Panos values. We're going to talk about setting vertical metrics because we have to do that, and then PostScript stuff. So when you're mastering from UFOs, what you want to do is this still has old names, so I'm actually going to change names. So this is a development name, so I'm just going to drop the DO6 from this. I'm going to come here. And you got to unclick this. I mastered from I've already said this from the Adobe FDK. And if the default value will actually be what you want here for font name, but when you read a UFO and it's a default value, you'll see none. So you gotta uncheck that. Weight name, I don't care. Full name, Aglet Mono Black. So I want spaces there. We gotta set blue values and stem values. So that's another thing to talk about. So let's talk about usually I just go through weight by weight and do blue values, this and stem values. So God, this is gonna be boring because there are a bunch of them. So here we go. Okay. So here's how I set up and let's just make a text document for this. Usually I just have a sheet of paper, but we'll use a text document over here. Let's say black, say horizontal and vertical. So you'll see how I do this. Sorry guys, I gotta master this whole family, so I'm gonna do all these for all the weights, but I'll show you how to do it. There are a couple ways of doing this. The FTK comes with a StemHist tool, so it can generate a bunch of things for you. I don't use that. and the reason I don't use that is the StemHist tool kind of gives me too many options and it drives me a little insane because it just it's great. It finds everything, but then you have to filter out the noise from the signal and then you have to sort of like it makes me anxious. So I just measure, these are the glyphs I measure. So when you are measuring a vertical stem, you're measuring in the horizontal. So that's 204. So I'm just going to write this down. So it's a vertical stem, 204. And then your horizontal stem, you measure vertically, 164. Okay. So I just have a little glyph set here. And these are the ones I check. I check H, I check O. So again, that's the vertical 1, 2. Here's what I check this way. 205. Again, this is what I do. That's 205, so I don't have to write that down. I don't actually measure this. So it usually is a value that isn't super common in a font, but because this is a mono, I might. So 151, that's same as that. Okay. Here's my O. So 206. It's my vertical. You guys totally realize that this is the world's worst promo for Aglet Mono. And two, me practicing for online teaching, because that's coming this fall. Okay, so that was a stem. God help me if any of my undergraduate students are listening to this. Because they already think I'm boring. Okay, so I do the T's because this will be like F, E. And usually that's a shape that happens a lot in typefaces. And then I might, for this face, because that's a feature, do that as a vertical. So that's 168. Because we got these turns, which are probably considered. Yeah, no one feel guilty for leaving this. Have a great one. I will. Or it's like, um, sorry, I'm just reading the. Sorry. Slight optical adjustments to stems. You're just looking for averages here. Uh Yeah, Lila, like you're looking for the average stems because you're just giving it information about like the common stems in the typeface, and then the Adobe Auto Hinter will round up to those or round down. So you're just giving it basic information. You're not trying to be a completist, which is why the stem hiss tool. So I'll just show you that. So if I did that for black, uh Oh wait, sorry. Oh, why did I hide? What did I do? What did I do? Yeah, sorry. Um, I should have dragged that off screen because now I have to go blah da 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 so people can see and go CD. You want to know a useful thing? Watch this. Do 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 do. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, why isn't it doing it? Should let me drag this into that. Uh, usually you can do that in OS X, but we've got history. We'll just go up. Okay. Okay, great. LS, so we got that. Okay, so I'm working on black, so I could go stem, his, HAST, and we can just go black. Sorry, star. That's a wild card. That means whatever character until black.ufo. So spit this out, which is impossible to read or scroll up. I forgot that doesn't save it to a file. Oh, it does save it to a file. Great. So we can just open this. And if we look at the stem his, so it has a horizontal and vertical. So if we just open this with text edit, sure. You'll see this file. Oh, text edit is terrible. Great. Yes, don't wrap. Okay, so this is probably going to be really hard to see, but it's a bunch. This gives you the common ones. So vertical stem gives you a count on a width. 205 happens 173 times, and this just goes down. It gives a count. How it measures, sometimes it doesn't measure things precisely. It gets confused, but you've got all these things: 205, 204, 164. So you've got here's 205, 204, 168. So these are all like the dot accent, I think, is 164 units wide. 201. So you got all this stuff. This is why I just measured those glyphs, because like trying to decide which of these numbers to pick, it just like it's like me at a hardware store and there are like 20 hammers and I just want to buy one hammer and I only need three choices: the cheap one, the okay one, and the really expensive one. So I'll buy the okay one and ignore the other two. Instead I got to pick from 20. That's how I feel when I look at this file, and I just don't want to deal with it. So you, however, might like that. Stem width is to ensure anything in the ballpark, hence the same number of pixels. Yes. Yes, that is correct. Okay, cool. So I got these numbers. So I'm gonna have to do this for all 14. So I think I'll probably do that here in a second. Not in a second. I'm gonna show you where these numbers go. And then this order is kind of important. So this is one thing I don't like about RoboFont. Actually, there's one thing I don't like about the UFO. I guess there are probably lots of things I don't like UFO, but one thing is actually if you read the the Type 1 spec because you're a nerd, you'll find out that there is a common, like the important stem and then the other stems. And so the way this is like input into RoboFont is this way. The most common stem, which you have to decide if you want that to be uppercase or lowercase. I usually go with uppercase. Um, that's first, and then the other numbers are in ascending order. So I'm just going to copy this list right here. Actually, I'm going to move this list around because basically I want when we measured the horizontal for the H, that's this, that's the O, that's the N. We get the N and that. So I'm just going to copy this 151 value. I'm going to put it here. What I want in the UFO is basically an encoding for the common value and then the other values. But okay, so I'm going to do that. Yes, there is one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, stem analyzer is nice. Yes. I don't know. This is just the way I do it. Probably dumb. So this is why I live in fear, like, of writing like a guide to mastering fonts, because then people will be like, well, actually, um, it's like, yes, that's probably better. Okay, so that's that. So that's where these go. So the first one will be the primary stem value. I forget what the type one spec calls it. Probably not primary, but something. And then the other ones just go in ascending order, so smallest to largest. Bam, 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 done. Okay. So it takes way longer to talk through this than to actually do it. But that's fine. Okay, so we got that. So you'll see blue values and other stuff. So here we go. How do you set blue values and vertical metrics? So let's do that to all. So you saw how I set stems. So I'm just going to pause on that. I'm going to hit save. And I'm going to open up all these fonts because time to do some batch stuff. Da, 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 da. So we'll just wait for these to all open. I can't believe people actually want to watch this. Thank you for all watching this. Yeah, maybe I should find some copyright free music to play because I feel like I have to fill all the space with talking, and that's gonna become. I'm not getting any dad jokes. Seriously, I hope none of my like undergraduate students they already think I'm crazy. If they watch this, they would really think I'm crazy. All right. Shout out to my undergrads. Anyone needs people to do like type specimens, type websites, things like that. I got a whole list of seniors who I think are having a hard time finding jobs, who are good. Email me. I can point you in the direction. Pay them decently, but they also just graduated, so you know, not like we're paying pentagram. Okay, so here we go. We got all these things. I have a whole sort of like, let's see if I go to my Git and I go to mastering scripts. Oh, come on. No. Okay. Stop doing that. No, just stop that. House Industries Municipal coming soon. Okay, mastering scripts. So I got a bunch of stuff in here. So we're gonna pull up set blues. So we'll just open that. Boom. Thank you. So someone I think already said something about anti-climbers. Oh yes, no, yeah, I would not actually make an actual book. Although if I'd made a book about font mastering, I would probably have to get it printed. I'd probably actually no, I would just print it myself letterpress, because I think that would be hilarious. But it would also take forever, so it's not worth doing. But I think it'd be very funny to like print polymer plates and print a book about font mastering letterpress. Polymer plates would cost so much for it though. It would be very funny. No, it'd totally be a website, with a comment section for people to like be angry in. So, okay, yes. There, Anti-Climber has a blue zone setter. This is what I use instead. It's just a script. So I have a list of common cap rounds. I'm not sure about the L. We'll just figure that out. Numerals and this and secondary stuff. So I'm just going to, this is just a script. I don't know if even this has, I'm just going to run it because it's probably going to have some errors and that's fine. And this just does everything for every font that's open. All right, great. So and it's an older script, so it's got some deprecation errors, so just forget it. Okay, so we've got your secondary zones and your primary zones. So what are blue zones? Let's just look at a blue zone. What are blue zones? They're basically these zones in a font. So now we've added them. So we'll actually visually look and see if they're okay. So if you have like an O, we go to our O. You'll see it's up here. So at certain sizes, at small sizes, that difference between the top of a round and a straight can bump up a pixel. So if you're thinking about a screen, or like a dot if you're thinking about a printer. So it's going to make your O look bigger than your H, which is what you don't want. And so these zones say like make those the same at the same level when things are small. So that's what you're setting, is like this thing to like smash that pixel down or smash that pixel up. So the first zone is always the baseline zone, and it is smashing up in the upward direction. All the other zones in your primary zone smash down. So you'll see this, that's negative 12, 0. Okay, so then this is the X height zone. So that's 509 and 521. So I'm looking at A, O, N, C, E, S, and U for that. And it's taking a value from the X in the script. So that's 9 o'clock. I should be thinking, Michael. That never happens. Let's see. So if we look at our X here, Oh, nope. If we look at our X, it's there, and then we got that. So that's that zone. So that's what we're seeing there. Our next one will be our capitals. So that's here. Or that might be numerals, actually. Let's look. I think the numerals are shorter in this. Let's look at the script. I always edit this script for like the font. Yeah. So yeah, lowercase. Then this is numerals. Jesse's probably saying the numerals are hello, Eric. Um, what up with descenders? We'll get to descenders. Don't worry. Let's see. Okay. So if we look at, I'm going to ignore the chat. If I look at my numeral, so like it's 1. Right. Okay. So I'm accounting for my numerals here. And then I'm looking at the overshoots for the capitals. So that's our O. And then if we look at this font, so sometimes your ascenders are bigger. So let's double check this. Yeah. So, but the ascenders are in the cap range here in this typeface design. Sometimes they stick above, so that you add that. So let's check the F, and that got included in that zone. Yep, great. So that sets all my zones there. And then descenders are called secondary zones. That's this. And so for that, I'm looking at G, J, Y, P, and Q. And all I'm doing is I'm going through and finding like the minimum and maximum of like the bottoms. So if we look at a J, so it's going to be round, right? So we got that. And P, it's going to be higher usually. Yep, right there. So that's that zone. And those will, I think those push up. I think secondary zones, secondary zones push up. The first zone, the baseline zone pushes up. All the other primary zones push down. And so then I also, I don't know why. I look at 8 superior and 1 superior. So those are in this typeface. So if we look for, yeah, so we got 1 superior. So I'll set a zone for the superiors too, just because I like doing that. But this script has set all the zones for all the fonts. And I look at these numbers and I make sure that you don't have overlapping zones. So you don't want zones that overlap. So I'm checking that, going through, and I'll look visually, and I'll also just look at this. Um, yeah, other blues are for yes. Da, da, da. All right. The chat is probably more useful than me talking. Oh, wonderful. So got that, set my blue zone. So if I go here, I'm just gonna quit that. Got my script, and I'm just gonna go save all, save all. So now I've set my zones. So if I was being fastidious with Git, what I would be doing is, so usually at like stopping points, what I'll do is say, okay, so I'm just going to select all, got this data folder because of the hash. All right, I'm going to say like chat outlines, set blue zones. So I'm just doing this, committing. So one way of dealing with Git is each time you do a discrete thing, you make a commit. I do commits before I do destructive things, so like remove overlap. You want to do a commit then before you do that, and after you do that, so you can always roll that back. Um, but you know, um, you just pick points and save your work, and it's also like it gives you a record of what you've done. I'm probably not as good as I should be about lots of commits, but so it goes. Okay. Okay, so I've set my blue zone. So now you'll see here, if we go back to PostScript zones, family blues, I actually don't set anymore. Family blues are a way of like, obviously your overshoots might be different for your black than your thin. And you plug your the values in for your regular into family blues, it like forces everything into that kind of thing, and to use those as a common denominator. Um, but the way family blues are kind of set up, it's in the ribby. So it's just looking at Roman bold, italic, and bold italic, as far as I understand. I could be wrong about that. Um, and so I don't find them to be super useful, and sometimes they just cause more problems than they're worth. So I just don't set them. What I do now that we have all these blue zones set, and we can actually just close these. I don't need to look at the P. Things are running slow because I think I'm recording video. We'll see when my hard drive runs out of space. Okay, so we got that. So the next thing I do is once I do that, I have a script that just sets family blues. You just paste in the value and you just go. Um, what I'll do is I'll set blue fuzz and scale. So this is just a script that I use, and I'll just, once you set your blue zones, what you can do is you can set your blue fuzz. And that's sort of the value that a text rendering engine will use to decide when to turn on and off like overshoot suppression. That's what blues uh, trigger. This algorithm, Adobe, so I just use that. I think set blue fuzz. Sorry, blue scale. I misspoke. Blue scale is the thing that sets tells a rendering engine when to like turn on overshoot suppression and turn it off. Blue fuzz is this thing where the standard is that is set to 0. And the default in Robofont now is to set it to 0. It used to be 3. So it was this way of like, if you weren't sure that if pre blue zones, no one like paid as much attention to having things align for overshoot. So sometimes things would be off by a couple units. And so the blue fuzz is basically a fudge factor. So whatever your zones are, it'll add this number to the top and bottom of the zone to like catch a stray point or two. The spec says that should be set to 0 unless there's a good reason for it not to be set to 0. So I set it to 0. The thing that you have to know is if you have zones that are close to each other and you use blue fuzz, what can happen is, say you've got a zone that's like, I don't know, 2 units apart, which I think almost happens in this typeface. Um, So if it's like 2 units apart, what will happen is then you'll have overlapping zones. If you're like, say, your blue fuzz was set to 3, because it's going to add 3 to the top and add 3 to the bottom of the other zone, and all of a sudden you're going to overlap by a unit or so. So you want to set that to 0, and you won't have that problem. So this will just does everything for font and fonts. It just goes through everything, smashes it down. And your blue scale should be set to the same value for all the fonts in your family. So whatever is in the family, all the blue scale values should be the same. And this blue scale value is the fallback default value in case like I can't find one. Run. It took way longer to explain that than to actually do it. And yes, Blue Fuzz is a great band name. All right, I was done. Okay. Wunderbar. Okay. So now we just go to save all. I set blue fuzz. I have to go through and set all the Panos values, and I have to go through and set all the stem values. So that's the next thing I have to do. So that's going to take a bit of time. I'll show you how I set the Panos values as the saves. Thank you. And I did that to Ultra. I mean, these are all just dumb scripts, basically, right? So Python scripting window. All I do is say, okay, wonderful. I don't know why this is set to plus right now. Change something. Fix that. I know the reason. Just haven't fixed it. So I'm just gonna say print. I'm gonna be real lazy. Print font info. If you I get this question occasionally. If you know where all the stuff is. Object.org, I always go here. I can't ever remember everything off the top of my head. Very rarely, less and less. So I'm just looking for Panos. You just copy that. Boom. Info. So this is the current font. So that's this. It's the info object, and I want to print the Panos value. Bam. No. I set that. Interesting. We actually have a video record of me setting this. Oh wait, no, it wasn't ultra. It was black. Haha. Sorry. Like I said, like, don't trust me. There we go. Run. All right. So here are the Panos values. Bam. Okay. So quick one-liner. So I'm just gonna say for font in all fonts. That gives me all the fonts that are open, which is all the fonts in the family. Say font.info. That thing equals this. And of course, I've already forgotten. Open type. It's probably quicker to paste. All right. So bam. Okay. So now I've just set all the fonts to this Panos value, which is great. So black, it's changed that. So black, we're done. I've got my postscript, uncheck that. That's the value I want. It's got blue values. It's got stem values. Blue fuzz is correct. Blue shift, I actually forget what blue shift is for. It set a blue scale value at like something really stupid. Wow. Okay. You know what? Let's fix that. Okay. For font and fonts. So we're just going to set same deal, right? I'm just going to go here to the UFO website, font info plist. I'm going to find, what was that blue scale? Script blue scale. So the math somehow, like, it probably, the division had like some sort of what, it just went on forever, but we don't need that. So I'm just gonna set all the blue scale to the rational number and call that. I'm gonna hit OK here. And I'm just gonna run that again just to be sure. It's not gonna do anything. And then I'm just gonna go File, Save All. Okay. So no, I got script. Sorry. The one, this is I do this all the time. This is an annoyance. Robofont that all. I wish there was like a save all UFOs and it would just ignore your scripts. I don't know if that's possible. It's such a minor thing. I've never bugged Frederick. Okay. So it's gonna save all my UFOs, which is great. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. All right. So I've done that. Okay. So let's just look on info again. Postscript. Okay. So I got that set. I got that set. It's still set to something stupid. That's fine. Why is it doing that? That's weird. Thank you. Blue shift is the smallest pixel size that the overshoot is visible. Okay. All right. Thank you, Connor. Connor, did you get your seat post out of your frame? I've been waiting to find this out. I'm going to guess you destroyed your frame. That's my guess. Okay, so that's done. Those are all set, and yeah. Connor's going to be on eBay. Connor's on eBay right now looking for a new bike frame. Sorry, Connor. Okay, so that's all set. All right, so I'm just going to close this one. We can recommend bike frames to Connor. Connor, I think you strike me as wanting a Rivendell. I think that's what you should get. All right. Okay. Okay, so that one's done. Great. So I'm just going to go through all these. How many people are actually watching? This has gone on for an hour. 53 people. Oh my god. Okay. I would be much further along if I wasn't talking through this. Okay, so now that I've said all that stuff here, I'm just gonna go here again. Postscript. All right, so all right, this is annoying. Family name is always going to be this. So if I don't want to do this, I just write scripts for these things, right? So I'm just going to go for font in all fonts, font.info.name equals that. All right, bam. Now I don't have to remember to delete that anymore because that should update. So yeah, that's a good question, Lila. A family like this size would probably take me about 4 hours to go through everything and check. Something like that. It's a mono. There's less. Hold on. Just gonna run that again. Yeah, probably 4 hours. I still have to do some true type stuff. Usually I can crank through, like, it depends, right? Like, it really depends on who sends me the outlines. So like with Jesse, I don't really have to check, like there was nothing to do with check outlines, right? So some, if there's a lot of work to do there, it's going to take longer. It just kind of depends. How long does it take when yeah. So Jesse, this is my strategic error, is like we actually have to master this font so we can get it out. And instead I'm doing it this way. Um so okay. All right, so I'm gonna go to open type. We gotta change a couple things. So I'm just gonna drop down to the OS2 table. Gonna change that to medium. Gonna check the weight value, 900. Great. This vendor stuff, like that should be XYZ space. If you're a foundry and you haven't registered your vendor code with Microsoft, do. It's useful to have a vendor code. Vendor codes, that list gets sucked in by things like Font Explorer Pro, I think Extensis. So like when they see the vendor code, then they can write out your full foundry name in those UIs. So that's useful. And it's also useful if you don't want your fonts to be made into web fonts on Font Squirrel. Excuse me. On Font Squirrel, you can tell them your vendor code and they'll block your vendor code. So that won't happen. So it's useful to have a vendor code, and it's useful to register it. It doesn't cost you anything. You just send an email. There's a contact link on Microsoft. Someone will put it um, in the chat probably. But oh, Michelle's not there. Michelle's at Type Network now. It used to be Michelle who'd write you back. I don't know who does it anymore. um, so yeah. And then I forget who you contacted. We have not done vertical metrics. Okay. I'm gonna show you vertical metrics in a second. All right. So this is the thing. Like I plug that in, right? This is ultra. So I'm just gonna change the weight to extra black. Great, done. And then I've changed these postscript values. What I should do is measure these stems. What I'm going to do right now is measure those stems. Thank you. I feel this is weird because I think actually this would be better on Zoom, because then people could ask me questions and I don't have to read. So I'm just going to log stuff here. Usually what I do is I just have a tablet of paper and I just write it down as I go. So that's vertical. So 240. And you could order this however you want. 92. What's nice is I can just, I zip through this in the same order. So I know which is which. The 244, so it's the same vertical stem. 175 is our if this was a pad of paper, then I could just 4 same. Monospace fonts are fun. Someone may wonder, like, these are just 1 unit apart. Is it worth it? I just do it. I think it is actually worth it. But I have actually varied on this. I think it's probably not worth it with an ultra, but it's definitely worth it with a thin. Because 1 unit makes a huge difference in a thin, obviously, or a hairline, versus like ultra, which is just like, you know, your beefcake of fonts. Okay. Variable fonts. So thinking about variable fonts. No, I'm not streaming Mario Kart after this. I'm bad at Mario. Like, this is this thing. Okay, for video games. I used to play, like, until I don't know, sophomore year of college. I played a lot of video games. Like, I think the last epic thing I did was like Final Fantasy whatever on PlayStation 2. Wipeout XL. And then I just stopped playing video games. I haven't really. No. After college, there was a a deep dive into civilizations like Civ, and then I was like, I am wasting my life playing this game because I wanted to go to bed 8 hours ago. Probably not 8 hours ago, but so no, I don't play video games anymore. I did set up a RetroPie so I can play Mario and Zelda. It was fun. I thought my kids would get super into it, but they didn't. They want to play like Sneaky Sasquatch on their iPads. So no, I don't play video games anymore. So yeah, this is boring. You could do this for 14 fonts. All right, so that's all set. That's all set. Ultra set. Okay, so all the font info that needs to be set is now set. So I'm going to do this for all of these fonts, except I haven't talked about vertical metrics. And so let's talk about vertical metrics. I'll just pull up the script I use. So vertical metrics. Vertical metrics are hell, and there's nothing you do to get them right. Because, oh, come on. Type design is, yeah, I've become boring. I spend enough time in front of a screen. I'd rather be on a bike. Okay. So vertical metrics, the way we set vertical metrics at XYZ is basically based on Carsten Lupke, whose last name I totally just probably butchered, the KLTF.de method. And that's a pretty solid method. Here's the problem with vertical metrics now, is Figma. And so they're okay, so you can set your vertical metrics so that it's all the typographic values, so it looks great in InDesign. But if you do that, then your accents are going to clip in Word, and then you're going to get emails from really angry German people when their umlauts get clipped off, which is a valid complaint. So that's when Karsten's method works really well, because oh, yes, I know, Nina, you do. Was the Figma guy here? Oh shit, man. I should have someone I didn't I don't know how you see who's in here. I'm sure there's a view. So I don't even know. I just see who's talking in the chat. Um so that's probably actually good because I think, well, he's not here now. So Karsten's method does really well for Word, and pretty well for InDesign. Adds probably a little bit of extra line space in InDesign. Actually, no, it doesn't do that in InDesign. It works really well in InDesign and adds a little extra line space in Word, but accents aren't clipped, so everything is great. Accents still got clipped. Oh yeah. Uh the thing with people working in Figma is they want their type centered in buttons. Um, now, here's the thing about center. What does centered mean? Do you want the cap centered in a button? Do you want the lowercase centered in a button? Do you have combining accents? Do you need that centered? So centered is a really like, what is centered? Um, there is no good answer for what is centered at all. um, Yeah, most people want caps. Steven's right. Most people want caps, but like, if you have lowercase buttons, right? Um, oh, thank you. Cool. Um, see, I don't know what I'm doing. This is literally I downloaded the Twitch thing, Twitch Studio Beta, like 3 hours ago. This is a whim born of a Slack conversation this morning. Yeah, aligning numerals. Okay, yeah. So here's the thing. So basically, what you have to do if you want things visually centered in Figma or on the web, you have to make sure that there is an equal amount of space below and above your caps. So what that's going to mean is you're going to have really big values for line spacing. like 150%. So typographic norm is 120, but like 150 is like that norm. So then you've got this like terrible situation, right? Like you want your fonts to look good in say Word, but if your line spacing is 150, that's going to like totally blow everyone's expectations out of the water when they're typing in Word. So that's kind of annoying. But um, people are using your desktop fonts in Figma, and if you set your line spacing to work well in Word and InDesign, then the buttons aren't going to center. But then the web fonts that you sell them, you can center because you can work that out. So you're just at a loss. Like there is no good answer right now. Like vertical metrics is just a pain. So here's what we do at XYZ is we use the Karsten method, and we so far have not had clients yelling at us about their buttons being centered in Figma. Um, so whenever that happens, then we'll deal with that. But right now, that's not a problem we have, which probably means we need to sell more web fonts, and then it will be a problem. Um, but right now, it's not. So I have a script that does this, and it just follows the Karsten method. So I run it, and it's got a UI, and I'm gonna hit. I think it has a cancel button. Oh, it does. Good. Um, so it's calculating wind ascent, wind descent, the typo values, and the line gap. So actually, if it was a fair and just world, which it is not, and vertical metrics are such a minor part that's not even worth complaining about. But if it was a fair and just world, you could do this, and it's and like everything would be happy, but it's just not. We got this. The typo values should sum to the m square, so it sums to 1,000. The win ascent, this is the highest thing in the font. The win descent is the lowest thing in the font. And so the line gap is the difference between the addition of these two things and the addition of these two things. The absolute value, obviously, not the, you don't minus that. It's just 953 plus 215 minus 1,000, and that is 168 if my script does the right thing. So I'm just going to take note of these values. The answer is there is no good answer for vertical metrics because you're going to make someone grumpy. Yeah, super tall glyphs. Yeah, I think actually if we scroll down in the script, so these are just those values. I think I actually have it ignore like a ring acute. Oh yeah. Yeah. So it ignores a ring acutes and I just let them clip. The clipping thing is a word issue, and so just I don't know. There's not a good answer. Um Yeah, the website solution is the best solution for Figma, but it means that your line spacing and everything else is going to be really jacked. Um, because the thing that you have to do is set the the typo values also. So the typo values will save you in InDesign because InDesign will look at the typo values and like it's rational, but I think Figma also looks at the typo values. I'm probably wrong about that. Don't quote me on that. But like for web fonts, you want to set all your values the same because at least it's at a certain point in web fonts, different browsers looked at different things, and so you get inconsistent line heights. So you can just avoid that problem completely by setting the typo values to the same thing as the HHEA values and the win values, but then your line spacing is huge in desktop applications, so you can't win. Um, you, yeah. Um, I don't know how we detangle this. And uh, hello Mexico. Man, I love going to Mexico City. Um, Travel. What's that? Um, I'm just gonna get loopy, by the way, and hopefully. All right, so I'm just gonna look at this. Okay, so we go to our open type. And let's go to our HHE. Oh, I do have to change these. Okay, because these change slightly. These values change slightly for the mono. Okay, cool. So Jesse was using the values probably for sans or slab, and things must have changed ever so slightly. Um, yeah, the KLTF method, yeah, no, the one I'm talking about is the one that differs, not the one when line gaps are 0. 'Cause then I don't know what you do. It's probably, yeah, the method where they're all the same is probably the safest one, and then you can center it, you can center the caps in, um for Figma, but your line your line spacing is just gonna be huge. Um, so you pick your poison, basically. Um, right. Oh, show viewers list. Oh, okay, that's not exciting. Close viewers list. Okay. Sorry. So is Jesse still here? Jesse is smart and is probably asleep. Oh no, he's still in the chat. All right. Hi, Jesse. Um, so Ro is asking, Ro asked the K I think, yeah, Carson I think updated his to basically say you find the maximum thing vertically, the highest thing and the lowest thing in your font family. And I should be very clear about this. You want to set your vertical metrics the same for all the members of your type family, because otherwise then if you're setting things next to each other and they have different vertical metrics, um uh then that's not great. So you want to set them all to the same. CJ is talking about a different strategy. Yeah. Um, yeah, the huge line space. That is another strategy, but it doesn't work for the web. Um, basically, you can make it work for something, but you can't make it work for everything great. So, like, there's no great thing. Anyway, so Jesse, I think you changed like maybe an accent position or something. Yeah, row. The later Karsten one is highest and lowest coordinates in the font and line gaps to 0. And I should be very clear, highest and lowest coordinates in the font family. So like, your bold might have slightly different ones. So you want to use those values so that every member of your typeface family has the same vertical metrics. But yeah, that is probably the safest one to do. And then I don't understand that emoji. Sorry, Jesse. Uh anyway. Um, that's probably the safest one to do. And then you can, if you want things to center for the web, then you can like figure out like how much space you can center. You can get the same amount of vertical space below and above the cap. So from the descender down to that value, and the cap value to the top value. Um, I don't know what changed. Got it. Yeah, I don't know either, but it slightly shifted. Um, yes. I would agree. I don't know why Figma is such a big deal now. Well, okay, so one, it sort of matters for the web, um, but then you're in this thing where people are designing for the web on a desktop app, then they expect when they go from Figma to the website for things to be a one-to-one, so that's a problem. And it is Sketch 2, same problems. And I agree, like setting things for one app, it leads to bad practices, but we've all been dealing with Word. And I'll just say this from my experience, like I love the web, but web developers are your most vocal and loud and angry bunch. They just are. They will yell and send you emails and tell you how you are stupid. I don't know why, but it just seems to be. It's not all web designers. It's just the web designers who write font foundries angrily. They're very angry. Most people are like, "Hey, this doesn't work the way I thought." They're like, "You are wrong. I read this article on Stack Overflow." Uh, uh, no, I've just Lila is eye rolling. I know. I've just been I've received so many of those emails, especially when web fonts were a thing. Um, it's just I don't know. I don't know why. Very angry. It's usually angry tweets. I don't know. So there is no great solution. Um, there's no great solution. I don't know. There just isn't. I guess it depends on your market. Like if you're Steven and you're making a thing for a web, you probably should just not worry about the line gaps being huge. Steven, you've never written angry emails. Don't worry. Um, okay, sorry. Okay. All right. So I had to set the vertical metrics because these are slightly different. That's where I was. Da 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 da. Okay, and then still keep that at 800, 200, and the line gap is slightly bigger. And cents. Okay, cool. Um. Uh. I will look in my spam folder after this, Steven. All right, so who knows what changed? Something changed. So let's run this and just accept its output. So anyway, that was a long way of saying I have a script that uses the Karsten method. Okay, so that is rounding. So we're just going to do that. Okay, and I'll set the vertical metrics. So now I've set the vertical metrics in my font. I just have to go through. Oh yeah. Jesse, I have a great story of shipping a beta font to a client who ran it through Font Squirrel and used it on their website and never used the web fonts that we sent them. So actually the best I mean, okay, so now I'm just being mean, trying to be nice. The other thing that always annoyed me was I was lucky enough to work with Chris Soursby to work on the PayPal fonts project. And we shipped them the fonts, and then the web when we gave them a bold, and they were linking to the bold on their homepage, but they had their CSS wrong, and so it fake bolded all the Romans, even though they were using the bandwidth to send the bold. I just thought, like, how much is their front end developer getting? Anyway, it is triggering. Yes. Okay. Done. I'll stop. I'll stop talking about. I love the web. I actually really do love the web. And I love web designers. I do. Save all. Okay. Hello. Okay. So I've saved all these. I'm very boringly going to go through and set all the stem values now, and that's going to be really boring for everyone to watch. Come back in a while, get something to drink. I don't know. Saving. Okay, so what I'm gonna. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this now and set the values, and it will be boring to watch. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. This is what. Another fun thing. Yeah, I do need some soothing copyright-free music. Someone can send me a link because I will just spend too long finding one. Okay, so for italics, for your italic, this is what I'm actually going to look at the N first. Italic italic stem measurements. You only give italics one standard stem for the vertical, and then you give it the normal horizontals. So that's per the type 1 spec, the CFF font spec. So you're only supposed to give italics, and then you're only supposed to give italics one vertical. That's it. If the font is italic. And so we should talk about italics here in a second. Okay. So italics quicker to measure too, because you only have to do one vertical. And the vertical I pick for the italic, I pick the lowercase vertical. That's just what I don't know why. You got to pick something. It's going to be uppercase H or a lowercase n. And so one second. Yeah, I don't know. I go with the lowercase because it's gonna have more. Why do I do that? Here's the rationale. You're gonna have more 160. You're going to have more text in italic lowercase. You want that to look good running. That's why I picked that. At least that's my reasoning today. Okay. That's so I'm just reorganizing this. This is the problem with posting things afterwards, because then people are going to hear me ranting about. Actually, no one is going to make it 2 hours into this, so I can rant all I want at this point. Web designers will be mad at me. I love you, web designers. Okay. So at this point, I'm just going through. I'm checking PostScript. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Just setting this stuff. Oh. So I'm going to make myself a little checklist here because I'm tired. So it's going to be stems, PostScript names, and then Panos. So I just remember to do that each time because that's what I need to do. So I almost forgot to do the ultra italic Panos. If I was smart, I would just script that. All right. Go to sound. Here we go. Okay, can people hear the
soundimage.eu, royalty free and stock music?
Yeah, we're gonna hear the music now. This is gonna make me go to sleep.
Preview.
Oh wait, this is just preview? Oh, we can just loop this.
Preview. Preview.
Preview.
Sound image. Creative music tracks for your projects.
Oh my god.
Preview.
We're gonna find out how long I will be able to stand this.
Preview.
Okay.
Soundimage.eu, royalty free and stock music. Preview.
Oh, the comments are hilarious. This is why I'm never gonna be good on Twitch. Because I'm sincere.
Preview.
Preview.
Preview. Sound image. Creative music tracks for your projects.
Okay. Apparently when it beat me. So I know I'm being very sarcastic, but making lots of dumb jokes. But this is actually, I don't know, usually like doing that. And it's always nice when the typeface is good, like Aglet Mono. All right, so font name length. I'm just going to check this because semi-bold italic is going to be our longest one. And that's 26 characters, so we're going to have no problems with name length. Once things get over 31, problems. But we won't have that problem. Okay, so that's stems, script name. All right, fine. I'll look on Spotify. Oh, extra light italic. Oh, yes, Jesse's right. But that was 26. We should be fine. Oh, God. I don't have a Spotify account. Sorry. I need to log into someone else's Spotify account. The best thing at school is the studios. Okay, semi-bold, 600, got that. Is the at university, someone just logs into Spotify and then never logs out, and so the algorithm just gets weird because everyone just shares that computer in the book studio, and it just doesn't know what to do. The semi-bold, I'm gonna go with Demi, and I gotta go to oblique boxed. So that gives me stems, PS names, Panos, and I'm going to just add in here weight and um, I mean, oh wait. Yeah, I know. I Is it weird that I don't like Spotify? I don't know why. I like buying music. That weird. Um Everything being a service, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I can't play playlists from YouTube because they might have paid for the copyright. I don't know how this works anymore. It's fine. Everyone should listen to whatever they want to listen to because otherwise you'll be forced to like my taste in music and you really don't want that. Yeah, I do love Bandcamp. Uh But thank you, Lila. I don't know. I'm just like subscribed to death. So I stopped doing Zwift. You know what? I never got into radio. I'm not cool though. The thing I loved, I don't know if anyone remembers the old website for was it Waxtrack? I think it was a whack. There was no, I'm blowing this. Sorry, it's late. There was a UK like electronic label. It's a Wax Track. It may have been Wax Tracks. I want to say it's Wax Tracks. Uh, that was like that site was bonkers. It's great. It was impossible to navigate, but it was pretty fun. Okay, that did that. So normally I would just script to do this to set the width, but it also forces me then to pay attention to the weight, which I know Jesse has probably set correctly. But it's just a check. And it's great because let's go to Demi. Okay. And save. Oh, so regular. This is when things get um the name, the postscript names. This is where it gets slightly interesting. It's not interesting. You don't have to use the word regular in your postscript names for regulars, because if it doesn't have a bold italic, um, yeah, CJ's asking, do I round the OS2 weights? I do. So the way I try and do OS2 weights is, well, for web fonts, you want them to be on the hundreds. So I actually try and keep things on hundreds. When you have a typeface design that has lots of thens, you and you're limited to a floor of 250, you can't have everything neatly in hundreds. So then I go by 50s and I go by 25s. It doesn't actually, you probably could use the interpolated ones, but the reason I change them, CJ, is um because if the interpolation for like your italic and your Roman isn't the same and you get different weight values, then they don't match, and you want them to match. So you just gotta check that. So if you're gonna check it anyway, I just round them. um that's what I do. Oh god. uh Yeah, variable fonts. Anyone wants to talk about how variable fonts are fun, talk to Steven. Um, yeah. I can't wait for the day when making variable fonts is boring. Because right now, it's not. Right now, it changes. Right now, like making variable fonts that comply to the spec feels like it changes weekly. All the tooling changes. Um, best practices change. The stat table. Don't get me started. I don't know if anyone's read the stat table spec, but it's enough to like. Oh, Avar. Oh yeah. Um, yeah, Avar will map it for you. That's true. Um, if anyone wants to like lose 4 hours of their life trying to make sense of a technical document, read the stat table specification and then try and explain it. Yeah, CJ, but if you don't have the stat table, then things don't work the way you want them to. Okay, so for the full name here, I'm dropping regular. So it's just Aglet Mono. That's all you need. Um, I know you have a stat, but you have to get it right, and Windows gets grumpy. If you want to have lots of fun, uh, take your variable font, open up an InDesign, go to PDF. Variable fonts are great for the web, but heaven help you if you have to go to press with them. Yes, that makes it sort of easy. I mean, variable fonts. Whoa. Okay, so that didn't round. So we're just going to round that. Round down. Your blue values should be. Sorry, I just caught that blue value. I'll have to check them now. That blue value didn't round, and so my script should probably force a round. But it doesn't. So I caught that. Okay. Panos, your regulars book. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Variable fonts are going to be great, but they're not done yet. I mean, Stevens or Cursive found all sorts of problems. It's part of the reason I think he did the project is to figure out where the rough edges are, and it's just going to be they're just going to be rough edges for a while. It's not finished. It takes time to sort out. This goes to the this goes to the my complaint about 58. This goes to sort of like oops. I guess my complaint about the web design community as a whole. It feels very. I mean, God, we work in fonts, so like our process is slow, and our change is slow, and we sort of understand that. But I think there's a thing in the web design community where if someone writes a exciting blog article about a new technology, then everyone sort of expects it to like work instantly. Doesn't always. Takes time. Yeah. No, you're the variable font's gonna be fine. You can turn to outline. That's true. It's totally true. And things will get better. And it will be totally fine. It's just gonna take on that sucker up. Yeah. I'm just gonna take a little bit of time. Oh, I have my checklist. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Weight class 350. Yeah. So Jesse's got light and extra light. So I think extra light's probably set at 250 and this is set at 350 and then the regular is set at 400. So that's how we did this one. Another way of doing it would be setting it at 250, 300 and 400. Yeah, and CJ is totally right. Like you just have to yell at Adobe and they will fix it. They actually I think want to fix it. They want it to work. The type team is very nice. They want that stuff to work. Web browsers have it easier. But it just all takes time. Like fonts are so deeply embedded. Okay, I've done that. I gotta check myself. I'm talking at the same time. Fonts are so deeply embedded in operating systems that like change can't happen instantly. It's not like it's one app. It has to work in a whole bunch of different places. I have a microphone, Ryan. I'm using a $20 microphone. uh if you go to everyone knows Marco, everyone's favorite iOS developer, and it's the $20 one that he recommends. But it's like a $20 microphone hooked up to like a Tascam, so all the other stuff costs more than the microphone. But I figured like I teach, and God, I hope it's online. Not that I want to teach online, I really don't. But that seems to be the most rational thing right now. Oh, sorry, I'm talking. So stepped up my production value. Yeah, the webcam thing is an issue. I looked into like if I could hook my like I guess you can hook up a DSLR to your computer through HDMI, but then you have to have a dummy battery, and it seems like for some reason dummy batteries are like 500, not $500, like $100, which seems like totally insane for basically like a fake battery with a power cord. And then I can't find a dummy battery for my camera, my Olympus camera, and so I'm not buying micro another camera. I don't know. Yeah, who wants to type podcast? Because I need more projects in my life. Jesse's screaming right now. Jesse's. Oh yeah, that's right. You can use an iPhone. I haven't done that, and yeah, I think all the good webcams are like sold out. I haven't tried the iPhone thing yet. Lila, do you just do that through like QuickTime? Is that how that works? I don't know. Oh, it's not easy. Jesse's right. I have to finish rep before I can have a podcast. I think if I had a podcast, it'd run like 3 episodes. I'd be bored. No, I think of 3 episodes and I run out of things to talk about. I like the idea of a podcast about finishing grep. It's sort of like the worst possible version of the what was the podcast for starting the podcast network? Crap, the NPR guy. Someone will fill me in. I just want to say reply all, but that's not the podcast. uh, uh and then they sold it to Spotify for lots of money, and everyone's angry. Startup, yeah, it was startup. Really? Huh. I can't imagine listening to every character, and it seems like a perform. Yeah, it sounds long, and it sounds like a performance art piece. Like totally sounds like a performance art piece. I will now read every character in Unicode. A, B, C. Did he read the Unicode value too? So it'd be like A0061. All right, sorry, 41. I guess it would have to be capital A0041. But when it got to Oganek, was it like, Oganek, this is how you draw it. None of this bullshit, Oganek. I'm not good at accents. I think the type person who's best at accents is Christian Schwartz, hands down. Well, yeah, I mean, Christian is pretty good at drawing accents, but, uh, anyway, I'm sure there are other people. Actually, no, you know what? I think in my personal experience, I think it might be a tie between Ken Barber and Christian Schwartz. But what you want is both of them together trying to outdo each other. That's what you want. Okay, I know this is incredibly boring, but I have to do this because we have to release this font. I can't do this as like just a demo. I mean, it functions as both things. So you can script like some of the stuff away. I have in the past, like for larger projects. It's possible to script some of the stuff. Um, I think yeah, there is some value to. I mean, it's tedious, um, but the checking is really nice. Um, they're just like running a script and like not looking at the values. So there's something about. I think there's a balance between the two. Like, what things should you script away, and what things shouldn't you? Trying to think of good stories to tell. I have not had enough dad jokes, which I apologize for. Usually I have lots of them. Um, uh, um, right. I'm failing when it comes to stories. I need a prompt. Oh, yeah. So, Lila asked a good question. Sources for documentation about the FDK. Um, the Adobe docs are like the one thing I know. Um, the there used to be, yeah, the PDF. Um, yeah, so CJ says there is a PDF. That's probably a PDF that Frank put together for his workshops, but there also was like a user guide PDF for the FDK that was actually pretty good. And I think email me if you don't have that, just email me um, because it is a pretty good place to start. Okay, now is when we find out if we have problems. Extra light is one word. Okay, so I'm just going to count in my head. And if this is over 31, then we have to do interesting things. Thank God. Okay, that's 28. So we are good. If it wasn't, oh, I see. Jesse. Very okay. Um, I have banned the spammer. See, now I know what to do. Oh no, it's our second spammer. We got a spammer within like the first 10 minutes. Which I don't know if that's good or bad. Ryan. Okay. I don't trust myself. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is tedious. Usually I've checked Twitter like 12 times to take little breaks. But instead we're doing this, which is keeping me on task. So that's good. Okay, that's fine. I think Jesse had extra light set at 300 instead of 250. That's also totally fine. I'm not going to change it. And I did that. From no, let's not. Let's not post depressing news. I mean, I feel like I kind of load up on that stuff too much. We can talk all sorts of depressing news. Let's see. Talk about how I don't know what's going to happen when my kids aren't able to go to school. It'll be fun. Oh yeah, especially in Missouri. Um, yeah, I think like we get emails from my kids' school and they're like, "We haven't figured out our plan yet." And man, I don't want to be in that position. 'Cause it's like whatever plan you make doesn't really matter. And no matter what you do, parents are going to be angry. So you can't win. There is no there is no good solution. Good solution is like to do what Europe did. All right. That's our dose of reality. Sorry. So you'll see, I think I don't know if I completed that thought earlier. You'll see like these stem values. If it's a light, there'll be fewer. If it's a bold, there'll be more. If it's a black, there'll be more. Um, how far am I in this process? I'm doing everything in RoboFont. So once I do this, I'm actually fairly far. The checking takes the longest, and the next bit, um, I don't. It's hard to answer, Lila. I get to leverage a bunch of stuff from the older project, which is great. And so we'll get there, but I just have to. There's no way around doing this. I mean, the way of doing this was probably to pre-do these, but I just got them today. Um, so I'm sorry. This is extremely tedious. But after this, like open type features, Jesse is basically written, so I don't have to worry about that. I just have to check them and then put together like the glyph order and alias database file and things like that, so I can show all that. Um, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna finish tonight or not. It's only 10:30. The my feelings are not hurt if people are not listening to this. Okay. Um, back to this. This bit takes the longest. This bit is like, I mean, obviously, it's tedious. This is the most like excruciating, just sort of like mind-numbing bit. The rest kind of proceeds at a much faster clip. At least you're doing it. It may take the same amount of time, but you're doing more things instead of just like measuring stems. What? We'll make that one. Yeah. Yeah. If it's my I'll get to that question about Font Bakery and the FTK. Yeah, I do set stems before I interpolate instances. And okay, so I didn't finish that thought, especially for variable fonts. So the only trick with that, CJ, is you have to have the same number of stems. So if you are trying to interpolate a list that's 2 items versus a list that's like 12 items, obviously that's not going to interpolate. So you'll see this if you look at recursive. All the stems are like, I kept them to the same number, even if values are duplicated. So you might see like the same thing twice, but that's there for interpolation and for variable fonts. So yeah, you can totally do that. Um, and then you can just edit the list down. I think if you look in the code for recursive, it looks at the stems, and if there's duplicate numbers, it just keeps one and ignores the others for the static instances. But obviously for the actually it probably doesn't even put because it's true type, so it doesn't put those stem values in. But yeah, it interpolates all that stuff. Because the list is the same. Trilby is asking Font Bakery and the FTK. So the FTK has things that Font Bakery doesn't. Check outlines is one of the biggest ones. But at the end of it, there's the FTK has a tool called Compare Family that basically does the same things that Font Bakery does. So as a final QA tool, Font Bakery and Compare Family are pretty much the same. And actually, Adobe is moving to Font Bakery from Compare Family. So Compare Family is a tool that basically everything that's gone wrong with Adobe fonts gets put into this QA tool. So you're benefiting from Adobe's, 1984. Someone do the math. I don't want to think about that. 38, 37 years. That's really just a guesstimate based on how old I am. But so that tool's great. And they're putting all those checks into Font Bakery. I don't think they've finished that work yet. So I run both actually. But they're functionally pretty much doing the same thing. But the check outlines tool is really useful for catching remove overlap errors, because there always are going to be some. There's not a perfect remove overlap tool. There's always they're just edge cases basically. So um, so so yeah, check outlines is great. For double checking that stuff. I really check outlines and check outlines UFO. Yes, I ran both. Again, so the way I master fonts, I've done this for a while, and as long as I follow my sort of process, I don't have to worry too much about like testing them a ton, because it's something that I've done a lot, so that I know it works in all sorts of applications. So I don't have to necessarily go through and double check everything each time. as long as I know I've kind of followed a standard process. Um, so that's why I like I don't that's why I like not changing my process. Uh Even though I mean I have changed my process over the years. But I sort of change my process slowly. Also, I mean, like, you will find error. I mean, you'll just like at some point, like how do I say this? At some point, like there's some things you can fix with fonts, and some things that are just that you can't fix because it's the application. And fixing it to make that one application work. It's like a bug here. Um, Fixing it to make that one application work just leads to a whole host of other problems. So sometimes you can actually like you can find things that are like you can drive yourself one example, don't do it because it's not worth it. You can drive yourself totally mad trying to get um your font to sort the way you want it to in font book. Um it's a waste of time because as soon as you do, it won't sort rationally in any other application. So, like sometimes it just is. Uh, yeah, Word 2011. Thankfully, I think like I'm worrying slightly less about Word 2011 these days because I think we've just once it was now it's uh Office 365. You know, people kind of are forced to upgrade now, which is kind of nice. Although there's I haven't solved it yet, but there's I think the most recent version of Word is doing some weird things with style linking in big families where you've got like I don't freak out yet because I haven't figured out the issue, but Chris Soursby is having some problems with like domain and domain condensed display and things like swapping around. Um, so that's on my list of things to solve. This is the PostScript font name right here, this top one. It's also what the file name will be. One thing that I find people think that the file name of a font is like sacred somehow, that if you change the file name, the font will stop working. And the file name of the font has no relationship at all to um, the font working or not. So if you don't like the file name, change the file name. It's not going to cause any issues. It's been my experience that people think like somehow the file name and the font naming information are like somehow tied together, and they're not at all. Yeah, I'm only streaming in 720. Sorry. That's what it told me I could do. Um, I'm sorry. This is literally the first time I've ever twitched. Is that what you say? I don't know. See, I don't even know. Like twitched sounds like I've got a muscle spasm. Is that what they call it? I don't know what the kids call it. I don't know. I don't know. Um, this is the first time I've used Twitch. So, yeah. I guess I could try and stream it in 1020. I don't know. Um, this is all one big experiment. Bold. All right. And it's not italic. Did that. I'm talking, so I trust myself less. So I'm just double, triple checking. Look, last one. But I have this feeling I screwed something up in bold italic. Uh, I'm trying to think of other jokes, other stories, other funny type stories. CJ, you're asking standard tool setting font info names. Uh, okay, so here's my strategy for setting. Wait, font info. Oh, CJ, are you talking about like what are you talking about? Are you talking about the font naming? Yeah, I added spaces to the full name. Yep, I did. So postscript names, yes. Okay, so oh God, can I do this from memory? Here we go. Yeah, see, I knew I screwed up bold italic. Uh, sorry, I didn't check my list. Okay, so for names, your full name cannot be more than 31 characters. Um, you want it to end in either bold, the full word bold, the full word italic, bold italic, or nothing. You don't have to write regular. And that helps Word know what kind of style it is when you break it into the regular, bold italic subfamilies. Um, so that's really useful. Um, so we'll just go here. So that's why I have this here. That can't be more than 31. The this name, it's usually family, then the style. This name, it's the full thing, and we'll look at the font menu name database file here in a second. And I think that makes it a little bit more clear, possibly. I want to do one check because I don't trust myself on one thing. Um, so that's what you want there. Family name, style name, these can be anything. These can be 31 characters each. That's totally fine. Um, really, the one rule is not over 31 characters, and you want to end in the word italic bold or bold italic, but if it's the regular. Um, oh, yeah, CJ, I don't know if there's any good sources for this, to be honest. The best source, honestly, is I'm going to kick myself for saying this, but there is a thread on type drawers that Mark Simonson sort of worked through how to set things so Word works cross platform really well. And that thread on font naming is really good because Mark kind of worked it all out. Um, and that's why I do. Um, yeah, no, this Twitch, you don't get to it till the very end. Um, Yeah. Um, that type drawers thread is really good. Let's see, screwing up. Um, okay. Sorry. Um, can't find that thread off it right now, but that thread is really good. Um, everyone know the story of Yeah, I mean, the defaults in RoboFont are, like, sane defaults, but, like, um, they're not going to solve all your problems all the time. Um, and people do like doing those things slightly differently. So I think the defaults in RoboFont. Thank you, Steven. Um, that link. That's a really good link. That's where I point people, CJ. I'm trying to think of funny type stories. There was the TypeCon in LA. I don't know how many people here were at the TypeCon in LA, but it was at a hotel, which I think was in Die Hard 2 or next to the place next to that was in Die Hard 2. Someone will tell me I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. Um, and there was a Playboy convention and a swingers convention at the same hotel at the same time as TypeCon. That was weird. Um, and it felt also like incredibly Los Angeles at the same time. So there's like a picture of Doyle Young and Playboy bunnies, which is pretty funny. Um, that's not actually a very funny story. That's like the weirdest TypeCon I think I've been to. I'm trying to think of other dumb stories. Oh, I got a dumb story. Okay. Speaking of releasing fonts, um, we were. This is probably only funny to me, which is gonna make this not actually funny. Um, yeah, and the glyphs naming tutorial also has some good stuff too. Oh yes, and Stephen has the photo of Doyle. Um, yeah, that was a weird TypeCon. Um, let's see, black. When we released Black Tour at House Industries, we were thoroughly convinced that we were going to have this whole joke where we're going to release it as a sound file on a vinyl record, then that the first person to decode it and get the font file like won a prize. Um, so like we actually like I called and got like pricing for vinyl pressing. Um, we took it that far, and then like for years I got like the salesperson calling me asking when we were going to press the vinyl, and we never did. Um, and Doyle is awesome, or was awesome. Um, okay, so that is all that. So here's the nice thing about Git. The nice thing about Git is I wanted to check a couple things that I didn't screw up. So now it's going to tell me all the changes here, and I can just look at them really quickly once it's up. Um, So that's black. I can just look at the font info and you'll see what has changed here um, since we did this. And I just want to make sure blue values, those other values are right. I don't quite trust myself. I've been talking 3 hours. You'll see all the changes here. Which is great. As I get it, uh, so I'll just tell you here. Oh no, I've already set those. Ah, crap. Okay. Here we go. So, double check. Um, click LA is weird. All I have to say. Um, I'm trying to think. Well, talking about type conferences feels very weird because I was gonna say, like, if you haven't been to the Hamilton Ways Goose, it's an awesome conference. It's online this year. I'm trying to think of other. I got no other. That oh yeah. No, okay, here's a story. I don't think Eric's here anymore, so I'll tell this story. The so I the only reason I was at TypeCon in LA was really to go to the Web Fonts working group meeting as an observer. Um and so we finished that meeting and we Eric Van Blockland and I met up with Tiffany Wardle and Miguel Souza and my wife who were at Disneyland, I and we basically like Miguel had a very strict plan for the roller coasters we're going to ride, and he had it all worked out. So we spent like an entire evening until the park closed at Disneyland, um, which was pretty fun. That's also a terrible story. Okay. I'm trying to come up with good stories, and then it's not my brain. All right, so I'm just gonna check something because I don't trust myself right now because my brain is not so good. So you'll see a lot of stuff I do is um, just quick scripts that I'll write in RoboFont. And then I want post script. Okay. So there were a couple like um, weird other blues in like the extra light that I'm just still checking. Yeah, because like this italic right here. So I'm gonna change that one. And light I'm gonna change. Okay. So italic, light. So these are the same, so that's useless. So I'm just gonna change that to 909. Regular. It's fine. Semi-bold. Okay, semi-bold italic. I missed that one. All right. Um, okay. So I'm just gonna go through this. Ultra italic is fine. So one way of doing this is boom, window, ultra italic. We're good. Go away. Ultra fine. Go away. Semi-bold. So this is that I didn't catch all these, which I should have. But I'm gonna chalk it up to me talking through this instead of. So I'm just gonna change that. I'm gonna leave it at 9 actually. Slightly bigger zone. So this is probably caused by whenever you get a decimal, that means that that stroke probably ended in there's a slight curve there. So that's what's happening when you see a decimal, because it's looking at the bounding box. So the bounding box is just there's an arm angled. It's an italic. I don't know. Jesse can probably tell you. So I'm just changing these because I don't want that. Okay, so that's semi-bold. Regular's fine. Light italic. I got no good stories. Someone has to prompt me. I also don't have to talk, but that also seems weird. Karaoke tracks. I should have a list of karaoke songs on my phone, like most New Yorkers do. But I live in Missouri, and I have 2 kids, so I don't go to karaoke except at TypeCon. I mean, sorry, Typographics. And then it's lots of fun. Um, I don't have a Mike Parker TypeCon. I don't actually. Uh, no, it's not. Though I will say this. Okay, so CJ asked, like I said, Twitch was like maybe one of the weirdest, but not the weirdest things I've done. All right, so here's a story. There is, oh god, too many John Downer stories. Um, there is a karaoke place here in St. Louis called Telania's. Um, they serve terrible pizza. The whole place has, like, there are no outside windows. Um, floor to ceiling mirrors everywhere. So at some point in its history, it must have, like, I can't imagine that that decor means that it was anything but like a strip club at some point. Um, but it's a karaoke bar. Um, and I was there um for my wife's bachelorette party. There was like a section of the party that was like little just the gals, and then like husbands or boyfriends were invited to the karaoke part. But I was given a sombrero and a mustache. So somewhere there are pictures of me in a sombrero and a mustache in a windowless, all mirrored um karaoke bar in St. Louis. Um it was it was very weird. Probably weirder than Twitch. Um that's a weird place. Um it's kind of fantastic, but it's not like going to like a New York karaoke experience in the slightest. It feels very Missouri. The pizza is terrible. I don't know. Lila is going to back me up on this. Um, uh, so in Missouri, our pizza is very thin crust. Like think of like a matzo cracker. Okay, so where are we? We're at extra light, italic. That's fine. Bold was fine. Extra light was fine. That was fine. That was fine. That was okay. So these are all fine. Um, have a good one. Yes, this is boring. I know. Yeah, and then so our pizza is like a thin, like a matzo cracker, and there's this cheese which is not cheese called Provel. People who are born here like it, but everyone else thinks that it's basically like melted plastic because it is. Um, yeah, it's basically melted plastic. And so that's St. Louis style pizza. It's not good as far as that story goes. Um, it's no good. Okay, so now I've got all that stuff set. Let's bring my window over here. Okay, so all my source files are good to go, which is awesome. So now we can move to mastering all this stuff. So that was the boring bit. So I'm going to copy all of these into the places they should go. Boom, 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 semi-bold, ultra. Okay, copy. And these are all the Romans. Boom. All right. Well, yes. Okay, fine. All boring. All right. Jesse has this idea that we're going to take this recorded video and then speed it up, and then that's going to be like promotion for Aglet, which I think, yeah. Um, there are 15 exciting seconds. Okay. I don't have any stories about to chase, but free the chase. John Downer stories. I don't have any Mike Parker. I don't have any Mike Parker stories actually. Jesse will have Mike Parker stories. I don't have Mike Parker stories. John Downer stories. I'm trying to think of good John Downer stories. Um, John, I think, is still mad about how the Eventide layers were colored in the photo lettering specimen. I don't know if that's a good story, but it's true. John also hates cortado. All right. I don't have any good John Downer stories. Yes, he did tell us that when we released Cortado, there was a long Facebook post about how it wasn't brush lettering, and it's not brush lettering. It's like what a illustrator thinks brush lettering is, which is not brush lettering. It's fine. Each their own. Okay, so I've got a folder for italic. I've got a folder for. All right, so now we can talk about like how I do this. I've got a folder for that's light. Semi bold. Okay, you watched the most boring part. I'm really sorry. Okay, so I've got two folders because I'm gonna have different um, different features. So I'll have features for the Roman, features for the italics. So I split it up. I got some notes down here. I got the source files. So the one thing I'm going to do here is just open these up. I keep the source files and the mastering files separate because from these files, I'm going to have to make things for TrueType, which I think I'm going to do tomorrow because it's already 11 o'clock. I'll see if we do this today. I think actually we can. Where do I stand on pie pizza? I don't mind pie pizza actually. And I actually don't mind deep dish, but I grew up in Indiana, so like we're not actually that close to Chicago, but Chicago style pizza is like, I mean, I guess it's a debate. Is it really pizza? It's probably not really pizza. We need Nick here because he will tell us about pizza probably forever. No, I guess Chicago style pizza is not really pizza according to some people, but I like it. Um, yes. Uh, um, there's actually one non-pizza pizza. This is where we're at. Non-pizza pizza. One non-pizza pizza that's really good in Delaware is this thing called tomato pie, which is basically pizza without cheese. This might be a Jersey thing too. Lila will chime in about that. I just drank cold brew coffee at 11 o'clock at night. That's not going to go well. Uh, Tomato pie is good, but it has no cheese. I mean, you put like Parmesan on top. Um, yeah, it's really good. Delaware, the best place in Delaware, which I can't remember the name. There was a place that did it in a fancy way called Black Lab in downtown Wilmington. Very good. But there was this other place that its name escapes me right now, which was really like traditional, really good, super greasy. But they also sold drugs and they got busted and then it went away and it was really sad because it was like the best tomato pie. Uh, Detroit style. I don't know. I don't mind pie pizza to answer the question. We have a place here in St. Louis called Union Loafers, and their pizza is really, really good. Okay, so I opened up all these UFOs. I'm going to dump out some information from them. So the first thing I'm going to do is, okay, so these are my mastering UFOs. So I'm going to decompose them because for OpenType, you just it's so for OTF fonts, you want them decomposed because CFF outlines will compress all the outlines for you. For TrueType fonts, you want them all the components because you get smaller files. So that's why I have these source files over there that I'll make my TrueTypes from later. So for font in all, Yes, you could, I should be smart and just have all these things saved, but I just, yeah, John probably threw both those people, against the wall. That's yeah. Uh, so for font in all fonts, for glyph and font, glyph dot compose, and then I'm gonna say font dot save. Boom. All right. So that's gonna decompose all the glyphs and all the open fonts for me. Um, I do. I didn't go to ATypI in Mexico City. Um, oh, really, Stephen? Oh, I didn't hear that part of that story. Sorry to hear that. Um, but apparently Mexico City ATypI was the best ATypI. Um, I have since been to Mexico City and I love Mexico City and I would totally move there. Um, yeah, the food was incredible in Mexico City. All right. So I did that. These are all decomposed. I have another script. So now's when I like have stuff sort of automated. This is going to be pure laziness. No, I do have one for XYZ. Okay, great. Okay, here we go. All right, so you need a couple things. Yeah, he was suspended. Uh, you need a couple things to use the FTK. And so this is a script that dumps out. So all the things that we just set, Panos, Ascender, Descender, all this stuff. Why does this say? Okay. All this stuff gets dumped out as a feature file. So this is just a script. I'll show you what this looks like here in a second. So I'm just going to go, oh, yeah. Okay. So what this just did was dump out, actually, let's be lazy because these are not in the same folder. Feature path. It's my feature path. Boom. Okay. Boom. Run that. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, so the DJR is asking decomposing and duplication, all that stuff. What do you do here? If something gets added, what's really nice about this is like all that stuff that I set, unless Jesse comes in with things that are going to change the bounding box, I can just add those to the source files here. And then just drag it in here and hit decompose and be done. So I'll just drag those. If he adds glyphs, I'll just add it to this. And then move it here. So you can kind of do that. It's not like the super cleanest, but that's what I've done in the past. When you add stuff, you add it to the source file, and then you move it here. So I treat these UFOs as temporary UFOs, and then this is the canonical truth UFO here. I don't know if that answers your question, DJR, David. But once you set like blue zones and all that stuff, unless you're adding glyphs that change that information, you don't have to reset that stuff. So if he wanted to add coding ligatures, do not do that, Jesse. Then we could drag those in. It's monospace, so there's no kerning. If he did it in another UFO, I'd drag those glyphs in and then the kerning p list and then into those UFOs. And not a big deal to handle. But yeah, it's a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to blow this up. So this file gives for each font its HHEA table and the OS2 table. Oh God, The specimen is designed, Jesse. Um, so this is including the kerning, but there is no kerning. Haha. So I can delete those. I'm gonna have to edit these files anyway. But this is a starting point file. This is great. I don't have to dump out kerning. But this dumps out all this information that we just set. So it's all here. Sets all that stuff. So I've got that done. Okay, so I'm going to save that. So we'll have to do some edits to those files, but we're good. A couple things to note. So we've got a features family. So let's look at that. So this is the first version of this font. So it's going to be, I'm going to bump this up. Here's all our features. This is our feature code. So here we go. That's a font revision. It's the first one. So 1.001. For some reason, it can't be 1.000. It needs to end in 1. Don't ask me why. So I'm going to change the copyright information to 2020 XYZ Aglet Mono. That's a total lie. It's not like we've registered the trademark. Jesse. And then this is our EULA. So we're all good there. Support desktop license. Got all that stuff set. All right. So all the common features are here. So I'm going to look at Jesse's code. I'm going to drop this AALT feature because I'll regenerate that. I already know that we're going to have to make a change there and some changes here. But this is where all the common code will go. So you'll see here. Yes. Okay. So we're just going to look at that. And let's just get our open type features set. The next file that we'll look at is the font menu database file. So this is where we set the font namings. This goes to CJ's question. So this file looks like this. This is for sans. So actually what we can do is like look for sans. This is why this is nice. Mono, replace all. No, document, replace all. That should actually do it. That's great. Oh, that's so nice. I'll take small wins. So this is the postscript name. That's the family name. That's the style name. And then the L and the M. So we'll just look at this case right here. The L that's kind of the full name. So this is the full name. And this is the style link full name. That's the M equals 1 comma. So you'll see here these are the same for L and M, but when it's italic, it's Aglet Mono black. So that sets the family. So when an application needs your font family that has more than 4 things, when it needs it in groups of 4, so Microsoft Word and Windows generally, it's going to look at this name, the L name, and then this is the style name, the italic. So it's the family name, the family name, and then that word italic again, because black italic doesn't work. It needs to be either Windows is looking for Aglet Mono bold, regular, italic, or bold italic. So that's what these names come in for. They take the place. So it changes the family name, and then you get italic. We only style link italics, and we only style link the bold from regular to bold. We don't style link bolds between other styles because then you come into these sort of existential questions of what is the bold of black, or I guess it would be ultra. What is the bold of extra light? Is it light or is it regular? So we just sidestep all those questions and only style link for weight from regular to bold. And so for that, you'll see here, because the style name is regular, we don't need the L and M names at all. So the family is mono, and then it's regular, and Aglet Mono italic, and then Aglet Mono bold, and Aglet Mono bold italic. So this is what sets all the font names when you master with the FDK. And the lookup here is this postscript name. So it looks in the UFO, finds the postscript name, then fills in all this information for you. So that's done. Bam. Love it. Um, okay. So we got that. The next thing is if I have a favorite thing about the FDK, it is the glyph order and alias database file. Saying that out loud makes me sound as nerdy as I actually am. Okay, so what this file does, and we'll find a good example of it. This sets the glyph order, so that's great. And the way this file works is it's in um, at least two columns, and they're tab separated. So you'll see the tab there. Here, let's blow this up even more so people can see it. There we go, because I'm 720p or whatever. All right, so we got this. Boom. The second column is your design name. So like in this file, MB space was the design name, and the final name, this is just something I do. I don't know why. Don't ask me. It's weird because MB space is in the Adobe glyph list, so I don't have to do this. But the final name for non-breaking space will be uni00A0. Don't ask me why. That's just a habit I do. But things like this, like the GMA left, GMA right, I'll change those. Here we go, service mark, right? So service mark is not in the Adobe glyph list. And for those of you who don't know, the Adobe glyph list is a list that Adobe maintains, and it's basically a mapping of a glyph name to a Unicode. So the Adobe glyph list has trademark, and it knows trademark is Unicode value, I don't know, 2119. I have not talked about double encoding for the space. I tend not to double encode. Uh, we just like double up. I'll just double up a non-breaking space. I just don't double encode. For the most part, I do it for different things. But I tend not to double encode stuff. So the service mark is not in the Adobe glyph list. So I changed its name to UNI, so it's for Unicode. 2120, and that's the Unicode value. 2120 is for service mark. And by changing it to its final name as a uni name, it'll give it that Unicode value. Another way of doing that, same way, if I wanted in the final font, because I don't actually care what's in the final font in terms of the name. Only OpenType fonts carry the glyph names. Everything else, if it's a TrueType font, it's just a glyph ID and a Unicode. So if you wanted to keep the name service mark, you could do that, and then hold on, copy, and we'll say service. Did I spell that wrong? Probably SERVIC. Okay. And then you can tab again and put in UNI 2120. And then it will know, it will give it in the final font, it'll give it that name with this Unicode. So that's what the third value can be. I tend just to not bother with that third column. And I just, the final name, I just changed the Unicode. So published is there. It's not in the Adobe glyph list. Florin, Bitcoin, things like that. Numero, those are not in. And you'll see, I think, you will also see this. So if it is outside, I don't know if it's in this font. Oh, no, we didn't put any. So we have this tradition now at XYZ of just putting in a bunch of like checkboxes and stars and things like that. And other fonts will use uh we'll use oh, here it is, like double arrow clockwise. So that that doesn't this is basically a emoji. So this is an emoji code point. So that it is a 5-digit Unicode. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So because it's in a higher plane, Unicode is in the second, or I forget which BMP it's in, but it doesn't matter. Its Unicode value is more than 4 digits. It's 5. So if you have a Unicode a glyph that you need, like if you're doing an emoji font, instead of using U and I, you just use U and then that 5-digit Unicode. So you'll see that there. So we bogart those code points for our double arrow clockwise and our double arrow anti-clockwise. All right, so we've got that. If you wanted to double encode something, um, in the Adobe glyph list, I think, oh God, it's been so long since I've done it. I think you just, I think you just have a comma separated list. Um, it's been a while since I've done that. Um, yeah, David, it's been a while since I've done that. I've got to double check, but I think it's just a comma. It's a comma separated list of the Unicode code points that you want to double encode. I think that's how it works. Don't quote me on that. So I'm going, our glyph list is slightly different for this font. So I'm just going to go to Jesse's sorting document. Boom. Oh, wait, but this is an RTF. No, it's not an Okay. So this is Jesse's sort list. So this should be all the glyphs in the font. So I'm just going to go find space. I'm going to replace any space with a return, replace all. So now this is the list. This is how Jesse wants that font sorted. So what I'm going to do next is, yeah, no, I the non-breaking space is probably makes sense. So what I'm going to do next is regular expressions are your friend. I'm going to search for this whole thing, and then I'm just going to go doot, then tab, doot, replace all. I got this document now, which is a basis for my the grab starts. This is the basis now for my glyph list. So next thing I'm going to do is one of my favorites is kaleidoscope, and it is a visual differ. I think it works really well. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to paste that in here, paste to a new comparison. So I've got my list here, and then I'm just going to go and drag that here. Haha. So now it's this list, and there are going to be some changes. But now what I can do, because I've spent the time working this through already, I don't have to like waste time. I'm just going to go up. And what I'm going to do is I want to, oh wait, I pasted, okay, sorry. I'm just going to save this as a text file because Kaleidoscope isn't dumb. It won't let me, if I paste something in, I can't move stuff to it. So I just want to do that. So that's my temporary. And this is what we used for sans. We know what we used in sans should be good. So what I can do is I can just go boom, move that over, go down to the next thing. We don't have that. We don't have that. That's different. That's fine. So I can just move that over. Horizontal bar. Interesting. Okay. I'm just going to do a quick search for. Okay. So it's just moved in a different place in the glyph list. That's fine. I'm just going to move that over. I'm going to move that over. Actually, so I'm going to be fussy. I'm going to ignore what Jesse wants. Oh, wait. No, he added that. That's right. That's new. Okay. That's fine. Jesse is maybe still listening. So now he gets to know what I say about him. Okay, so I move that over. Great. So then we got this. So this is going to go a little funky because we don't have tabular numerals in the monospace because because it's a monospace. So we don't need kerning and we don't need tabular numerals. Oh yes, we added stuff because of type network. Okay. So Jill won't yell at us. minute, second. Yeah, those are the new ones. That's right. At some point, Jesse's putting those in grep. I mean, not, oh fuck, I'm gonna put them in grep. Um, he's putting them in all the other aglets another day. Okay, so move that over. Jesse, why are you still listening to this? Why aren't you asleep? Um, yeah, I like the visual diff. I don't know. I could do it. I do have a Python. So CJ, I do have a Python script that actually just builds this stuff from a ordered list and then looking at the font. Um, so that is totally something I probably should do for this. I'm just we got our combining accents. Great. Da-da-da-da. Because I have uh sorry, I'm not answering this very well. So usually what I do is I have a Python script that you give it a list of glyph names. That's the order that you want, and it'll look at your font and it'll look up the Adobe glyph list. And if it's in the Adobe glyph list, it just has the same name. And if it's not on the Adobe glyph list, it looks at the Unicode that you assigned in your font editor. So it looks at whatever the Unicode value for that glyph is and then fills it in for you. Um, so I could do that. I'm doing it this way because I have a previous order, so I just want to see what's different between the two. That's why I'm doing this. And also just to kind of demo the glyph list instead of just like pressing a button and having it made and then moving on to the next thing, which is probably the more efficient thing. But I decided to Twitch mastering this font, so I think I gave up efficiency. Um, so, and I just want to check. I want to see what's different because if I can see what's different between these, I'll have it in my mind how the OpenType feature is going to have to change. Which I don't entirely trust myself right. May not finish this tonight. Okay. Boom. Okay. Right. Okay. So here, FIFL, we include and give them the Unicode values. That's really just for legacy stuff. Oh, that's going to mess that up. Okay, so I'm going to do this by hand. As you'll see, it's trying to replace this IJ with an IJ alt. We've got two IJs. Okay, yeah, so it's going to mess that up. All right, so let's just FI. This is going to get uni FB01. FI alt gets nothing. L gets uni IFB2. All right. You're welcome. Sorry, I'm not paying good attention to the chat. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna throw this out because DJR is still here. David, if I have a podcast, I want you on the podcast to tell me what your working day is like because I want to know how in the world you make as many fonts as you do because I don't understand. So I want to interview you and find out like how you actually do this because I don't understand. Yeah, see, that's gonna be my podcast. One episode inside the typographer studio. Yeah. Oh shoot. I like this idea. Yeah, if you don't have to do this, then you don't have to. Yeah, okay, fine. Um, Okay. Uh, all right. Well, also, if you're not talking through with this, it also goes faster. If you don't have to uh um talk through your process, it tends to go faster. Yeah, I want to take David. I think David, you could honestly just sell like a time management for um sorry, time management for type designers. Sorry. I like this idea inside the typographer studio. You like all you East Coast people, it's like almost 1 a.m. What are you doing? Uh, why are you listening to me? Uh, I mean, I appreciate it, but um, all right, let's see. Dotless J. Okay, let's see. Dotless. All right, I'm just Dotless J. Done. Schwa. Oh, I'm gonna look up the Unicode for the schwa. Nina, how did you have that? Like, also, why are you? Anyway, how did you have that? Like, I'm impressed. Um, I like this rule. Ah, I like this rule. Okay. All right. Da, 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 da. All right. Back on my. All right. Oops. Aha. The visual diff will save you sometimes. Um. Okay. Schwa. We don't have that. Okay. Sorry. Okay. And then everything else is about the same. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is so yeah, what you said, CJ, about like doing this with a script is actually way faster. And that's normally how I do this. And I probably should have just done that. Um, I forgot how many glyphs in here do not have a code. Da da da. Boom. Da, da. It's nice as I can actually see all that stuff. I can just go bam. And then, yeah, we don't need a figure space, tabular that, thin space, or a fraction. So that's great. Okay. Good night, Ryan. Good night, Jesse. Um, Sorry, I haven't. The chat has gone, and I haven't been paying good attention to it. I apologize. All right. So that is my glyph order and alias database file. Wow. That's right. Someone can tell me why Type Network does not want an uppercase schwa, but it's fine. All right. I'm going to copy this because that's my thing. I'm going to paste it into there. The only thing I'll say is that you have to end your glyph order and alias database file with a blank line. Don't ask me why. Yes. I would Nina reading Unicode would be pretty awesome, I have to say. Does everyone know? Okay, dad joke. Oh, finally, a dad joke. My favorite Unicode value, my favorite character and my Unicode value is the Macron, because it's 00AF. This is a terrible joke. Okay. All right, so I've got that. I don't have kerning, which is like the best part about this typeface, because we don't deal with kerning. I got features. I've got that. So now I got that. So I have my glyph order alias database file. I've got my font name done. I've got to do my features, and then I just have to do. Let's just edit these features. Actually, I gotta look at Jesse's notes. Kanye. I think Kanye has larger problems than like making fonts. I mean, I feel bad for Kanye. I don't feel actually that bad for Kanye, but I don't know what's going on. Who knows? What's going on with Kanye? Who knows? Okay, so we've got italic and Roman features. So let's just see what Jesse wrote. All right, I'm sorry. I gotta zoom this down because I gotta do a comparison. My features family. This is the fraction feature. Oh yeah. Okay. We do mark stuff and local stuff. I'm gonna be honest. I think my brain is about to die because I've been talking through this too long. So I don't know if I'm gonna get through this or not. We'll see. Hmm. All right, I have to go get some water. I will be back. I can be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. Let's see here. Okay. Um, so one thing that we do is finding diacritics. Um, so we have a mark feature. So I'm just going to show you this. Um, this is why I don't know if I'm going to get it right. Let's see. So we've got replacements here. So this is the CCM. This is the. Oh God, how do I say this? My brain. We got all sorts of stuff. Okay, so this feature here is going to move stuff around. So if you've got a mark, so say you just type like an acute, so we put this in all our fonts. So what this will do is it'll take an I or a J and it will sub in the dotless I or dotless J if you type combining accent. Um, because if you're trying to put a mark above, you don't want to put it above a dot. And then for things that we don't want combined, like we don't want someone to type an A in Ogonek, we want to actually give them the A Ogonek. That does this. And then we got a fraction feature. So that's what Jesse has over. No. Um, so I got to look at our classes here because there are a couple things. This is how I write my OpenType code. Everything is aligned because I'm a crazy person. We don't need tabular numerals. We don't have that. So I can delete those. But you'll see that all my classes, like I use spaces, so everything aligns. I do this so that when I scan, I can see if I've put something out of order. Um, yeah, so that's what I do. And then I gotta look at some of this other stuff, and these are the marks. The marks won't change, thank goodness. And here are our figs, 0, 1, 2. Then our numerators. I'm just looking at Jesse's code here. Superior is subscript. Okay, great. I think Jesse added some more stuff in case. Horizontal bar. That's what got added. So back to the why did I go through the painful thing of like going through that? Because I know that horizontal bar got added. So actually, let me show you how often I do this stuff. So if I know there's a case, I can just go to RoboFont and I'll just open. I don't need both. I just need a Roman metallic. Okay, that's all I need. Um, uh, okay, so sometimes I'll write open type code with Python, especially if it's really complex. But to answer David's question, all that aligning is usually just like find replace. I'll just select the lines and say, okay, replace this space with this number of spaces. Because I'm not that smart. So I'm just going to look for case, and these are all the case things here. And there are, I'm just going to see in our black, there are 18, and let's just see if there's any difference here. Case. And there are 18, and they are the same. Boom, 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 boom. Great. And it's got that horizontal bar. Okay, so often what I do when I write open type code is I'll just go Python scripting window. Um, and I'll just go print space join current font selected. No, it's selection. Select. Okay. So this is how I do this. David. So I'll just copy that basically, and I'll come here and okay, if I'm feeling really insane, um, I'll do this. Okay, so here's the depths of my insanity. I'm replacing all here. I'm doing this, and I'm sorting these in alphabetical order, um, which gets you nothing, but I feel better. So, step one of David's getting things done for type designers is don't do stupid stuff like that. Um, because it's a waste of time. Uh, anyway, so what I have to do here? Oh, good, because I would have got that wrong. So I'll just paste this. So the way I write open type code, oops, oops, copy that, paste that. The way I write open type code is this. Features like this have the feature name and then underscore on and then off, and I'll just go that way. And then what I'll do here, so to get these to align really nicely, here's the trick. I know that I'm subbing the stuff, right? So it's just going to be the same. So to do this, I just find in this selection dot case and then replace for 5 spaces, replace all, done. Okay, so I've just wrote that class. Um, yes, um, yeah, Jesse spends a lot of time figuring out his smart colors. Right. So that's often what I do. Same thing here with this A. So I'm just gonna look here for okay. Dot alt. So here are all the A alts. That's that thing here. And that is 9 selected glyphs. I'm just double checking the stuff. Don't need that script. So I'm just gonna pull up. Sorry, save. Uh, um, that was 9. Oh, italic. So the alts are different in these fonts. The alt, right? So the G's vary. What's nice about this code is they just swap. Okay. Actually, 11. Right, because I screwed up at this, 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 bump, 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 and that's 11. Okay, they're the same. Okay, great. And actually, yeah, it's the complex in both. Okay, cool. So it's a simplified. All right, so these probably didn't change. A, ordfem. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, great. So I don't do anything there. It okay, yeah. So it has ligatures. This is where Jesse's not gone. So G alt. So these are all the it has we put in ligatures just for FI and FL, just for those Unicode code points. But the Unicode code points, but those glyphs are double wide, so it's still monospaced. Yeah, so it does have ligatures, which I'm sure is going to cause a problem at some point. 2, 3. All done. Okay, I'm just double checking all the stuff. This is where it's going to be different because the I alts are different because there were no alt 2s. Do I have any with empty glyphs? This is a very good question. I don't know. Let's find out. So here's what you can do. If you're ever doing a mono space, I just write lots of dumb Python. So I'm just going to make a dictionary called W for widths. That's just the dictionary for glyph in current font. Let's just see what Jesse's done. Let's see if b.width not in w.keys w width equals a list and a g. Yes, I could use default dic. So stuff, but I'm not going to. Else. Oh. Now this is the ugliest. Okay. Print. All right. So these are a double spaced one. So here we go. Haha. See if Jesse is screwed up. This is another thing I do just to look at this stuff. What I'll do is, okay, I want to break this list at comma space. And I'm just going to go to comma burn. Place all. Okay. So we've got our 0 width glyphs. They're combining accents. We've got our 600 pitch glyphs, and then we've got our 1200. So yeah, they're all on either one of those. So yeah. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I know, David, that the double wide characters are gonna make some things mad. Yeah, I have some thoughts about this one where I might actually decompose FI and FL into FI and FL. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So where was I? I have to make these lists, and I think that's gonna be it. Yay. That all stays the same. Here are figures. And then we take this out. Okay, so my brain is about to end. So I'm going to end this real soon. So I got to make some notes to myself. So I haven't walked all the way through this because I've been talking too much. But basically what happens is I'm going to finish these features. I'm going to add a font info file. So I'm going to, I think that's useful to know about. Feature writing is feature writing. You know what? I'm going to add the font info. I'm going to just kill these features so it's just rational. And I'll show you how I build this before I have to like die. I mean, not die, go to bed. Pre-composed. All right. I'm not going to get this done tonight, and that's fine. So I'm going to hit save right now, and then I'm just going to say that I need to just leave it here for myself. Check. Okay. So just so you can see, like walking through the whole thing. I mean, just how it gets built and then how I check it. Um, I'm just going to speed ahead. If I was smart, I would have like pre-done that whole really boring section. But I didn't, and I had to get a client project out today. Okay, so font info, the font info file, this is where you set style linking. So this is black, it's false. We are in italic, so it is true. I set prefer typo metrics to false for lots of reasons. Uh, yes. Uh, Nina's Nina's talk was excellent. I set prefer typo metrics to false. The reason I do that is when you switch between a version of Word that respects it and a version of Word that doesn't, and your vertical metrics are set the way that we set them, your line spacing will get screwed up. So it's just dangerous. I don't do it. I turn that off. And is oblique should now be false because that causes issues too. But this is if with weight. This weight is misspelled, by the way, and that is in the code. But they actually Adobe added something so you can actually spell it the right way. Um, um, yeah, you can totally spell this the right way, and both work. But I keep the misspelled version. And then is slope only. Keep that as true. Okay, so this file is what's setting the style linking. So anything that's italic, it's set true. And then this is set false. That's set true. This is set false. The only reason time you'd set this to be false is say you had something that's like a font that wasn't varying in just width, weight, or slope. So say it was like a drop shadow font where you had the face and then the drop, then you set that to false because those aren't changing in weight and they're not changing in slope and they're not changing in width. They're actually just changing in style. Um, yeah, I got burned real bad, CJ, because I was setting prefer typo metrics to true, and I think there's a valid reasons to set it for true, especially if like you have a family that you're going to extend to further accents. Like you might add Vietnamese at some point, but you haven't done it yet. And you want to keep the typo metrics, but then you're going to have to keep on changing the other vertical metrics. So you'd want to set that to be true in those cases. Um, and I think actually, as time goes on, like switching between versions of Word will become less prevalent. And I think there was also a bug where even the newer when Microsoft Word first started supporting that bit, the preferred typometrics bit, it would use it for on-screen display. So it'd use the typometrics for on-screen display, but when you hit print, it used the other metrics. So you have a document that looked one way, when you hit print, it looked a different way. So that was fun. So I still set this to be false because I got burned real hard and I had to go through and uh basically, well, I did with font tools. It didn't take that long, but all the fonts I had mastered for clients, I had to fix and ship them new versions. Um, and that sucked. Um, yeah, I think that bug is fixed. I think the printing bug is fixed, but like that was when that just happened. And it's like, so I just set it to false. And then if we ever make a Vietnamese version, the vertical metrics will be different and people will deal. I guess. I don't know. Vietnamese, mono. Jesse's not around. We can't talk him into it now. Okay, so font info. So this file, I just start copying and pasting. And then this is one that says bold is false, but italic is true. So I just copy, and then I'm going to paste into bold, and I'm going to have to make an edit to that. Oh, come on. Copy, paste. No, paste. Okay, so we'll do that here. I'll make my edit. So bold is now true. So that'll set my bold style linking the way I need it to be. I'll go here, paste, bump out. Just go here, paste, bump out. Go here, paste, bump out. Go here, paste, out. And here, paste. Bump out. Okay, so I'll do that for all these. And I have to do it here. And I'll edit this one. So it's not italic now. Save that. Okay. Copy. So this seems like well, I'm talking through it, so it's way longer. This is a lot of setup. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot to set up. Once you do set it up, as soon as you need to make a new version or change a feature or just add a glyph, everything goes really quickly. And you get the benefit of it's really stable. Like once you go through and check everything and you just need to make a small tweak, change a copyright, switch a feature, you're just changing it in one file and it cascades through everything. And it can be really useful. So and it's also very explicit. Everything's a file. It's very explicit, so you know exactly what happened. Okay, I've got that. I think these features, I'm just going to edit this really quickly. So that it links to the right place. And then, and the way I do this is, okay, so this is just going to go up one and it has to go up two. Okay. So // boom. Actually, I'm just going to copy this whole line. I'm just going to save, boom, boom, boom. Okay. Got that? I don't need that. I'll worry about that later. I'll just save this in my notes folder here, and I'll just save this as stems. Okay, cool. I don't need that. Okay. So I'm going to duplicate this features family, and I'm just going to make a very simple one, just so you can see. We'll just strip out actually all the features. Boom. I'll hit save. Okay. So that's the whole setup. If this was a font with kerning, obviously there'd be a kerning feature here, but it's not, so we don't. And then I have a build script, so I'm going to go back to here. And the build script just runs make OTF. So if I go to CD mastering, CD. Okay, and I would say Python build.py. This is old. Okay, hold on. I'm going to drop that one. And I'm going to Cedar is more recent. No. Study. God, study that old? Oops. Huh. Okay, Cedar. Yeah. This is my Python 3 version of the build script. I don't feel like dealing with that. Python build underscore. Okay. So this build script goes through, runs make OTF, runs the auto hinter, and makes fonts. Okay. I got no fonts, so there was an error somewhere. So I'm gonna figure out where that error is. Um. Okay. Yeah. All right. So checkout lines will actually yeah. Okay. It's because I decompose these things. Checkout lines has a hash in it. Um yeah. Okay. Uh it's the easiest way of dealing with this. Run checkout lines. So once you run checkout lines, it puts a hash file in the UFO, and then if you change something, it knows that it changed, and then it like will like stop you from making the font. So like if you actually like make a change, it'll be like, hey, you probably didn't want to do that. You need to run checkout lines again. Um, that's ugly. Um, it's real ugly right now. Okay, because I decomposed all these, and so it's got that, and I forgot it did that. So there are a couple ways you could deal with that. I could delete that layer in the UFO. Um, I think there's probably actually a switch that you can tell it not to do that. I'm pretty sure there is. I've gone down this path. All right, I'm just gonna build these three right now because I just want to demo this because it's 12 and I don't trust myself much past this when I also stayed up too late last night working on something else. Um, this is the joy of the pandemic. Got two kids, two kids that I take care of. So I work at night. All right, so if I build this, I don't know how you guys are doing, but yeah, I've got a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old, so I take care of them like Monday through Thursday, and then work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's like Groundhog Day. Um. Oh yes. Oh, I forgot this trick. Yes, that I put in. Okay. Let's just edit this. Um. If you want to update this build script, I have to check to see if Jesse did this. Yeah, so now we're into all sorts of like weird custom tweaks that I make that I'm kind of skipping over, and I shouldn't because then my scripts don't work. Um if you set custom underscore and strike through values, um the in your UFOs, it doesn't get put in, so I dump it out to a dictionary and then put it in. Because I'm a crazy person. So I'm just going to comment this out right now. Um I also have a whole thing like in fonts that have kerning, I'll put a flat a kern table in the fonts because Microsoft Word. I don't think Keynote does this anymore, but like the worst thing as a type designer was having your fonts on Keynote and then no kerning because Keynote didn't like your G-post kerning, and so it just had no kerning. Um, that's always fun. Uh, so if you have flat kerning, you'll have kerning in your PDF presentation. I distinctly remember one day Rich Rote got really mad because he was doing a presentation and the font had no kerning. He's like, "You guys didn't kern this. It's not kerned well. What'd you guys do? It's not kerned well." I'm like, "No, I kerned it. I kerned it. I swear I kerned it." And then like it's one of those things like, did I kern that? I think I kerned that. And then you go and look and you're like, no, it's just Keynote not showing the kerning. Um, so I put flat kern tables in. Technically, you're not allowed to do that. Technically, in OTF fonts, you're not supposed to have kerning in an OTF, a kern table in an OTF file. Backing up, two types of kerning. There's open type feature kerning, so GPose kerning, so that's in the GPose table in your font. But you can have a flat kerning, so it's non-class, it's just pair to pair, and that's called the kern table. And they're only supposed to be in TTF fonts, but you can put them in OTF fonts, and people will use them. Applications will use them. So here we go. Run the build script. Got a mastered font. Done. So I still have a little bit of work to do. Just checking this stuff. So I'll just show you really quickly how I check it, and then I have to go to bed. I'm sorry. I thought I'd get through this. I didn't plan on how extra talking would take. Time talking. So compare family. So I just pipe it. So this is pipe. Do that. I just type to result. Okay, so if I do that, it gives me a text file, and you can see. So I'll also run Font Bakery. For right now, I just want to show you this. So this is just going to tell you. So right now it's saying, okay, you told it it's fixed pitch, but these glyphs are wider and these glyphs are smaller. You may not want to mark as fixed pitch, which yeah, you just have to flat current table. This is basically all these reports. So like David's right. Having something that's double width is probably going to be an issue in some applications. And the combining accents too. I don't know what you do about that. I mean, they have to be zero width. So this just checks. This is telling you that the warning you about some vertical metric stuff, but that's all the same. These warnings happen because of the way I set vertical metrics. So I'm used to those warnings. So some of the stuff you can ignore. This is going to tell you that like this stuff is different. So this is actually really useful if an accident glyph has a different width than the base. So this is useless because it's basically saying like the grov combining is 0 width and then this is 600, so that's a problem. But this is actually useful if you see a glyph name in here. So like that usually means that you've made an accented glyph, then you've changed the width of you've respaced the base, but you forgot to respace the accented version. So that's a nice little check. This will also walk through let's see, like naming issues. So like this is using Florin instead of that. That's weird. I thought I fixed that. I have probably made a mistake somewhere. So I'm gonna have to double check that. But this is telling. I swear I changed all that stuff. This is where I don't trust myself. So I'll go through and check those names. So it's just warning me about that. This I usually ignore. We've set to private use the FI and FL, so it's doing that. It'll make sure that you've got a base font, but these are all just italics, so it's kind of flipping out. That's fine. Then I need to double check fixed pitch here. So that's an issue. I'll just fix that. So these checks are really useful just to go through and double check all that stuff. So I'll go through this and then fix all this stuff, finish up the open type features, and make the mark feature. And then this will be ready to go. And then what's really nice, though it probably doesn't see it. Bye, Jen. Um, what's really nice about this is once I'm happy with the OTFs, all I do is duplicate this folder, um, drop, I mean, drop all the UFOs, um, and then I haven't made my TTFs, but once I make my source TTFs, I just copy the TTF files in, and then it uses all the same feature code to make the TTF. So I do all my checking with OTFs, drop my TTFs in, and it's good to go, and I don't have to worry about it. So that's really useful. Um, I have to go to bed, or else I'm going to be totally useless tomorrow, um, and that's not going to work well. Chasing, um, I can go to chatting. It's not going to work well chasing. I really need to shave. Um, chasing two kids around. Um, so I'll be back Twitch streaming tomorrow night for the finish of this, maybe? Sure, why not? If anyone is actually interested in that. It's been 4 hours and a half. Um, so I hope that was useful to someone. Sorry, I have a cliffhanger. I really wanted to get through this because I had to fix the XYZ homepage for a release, make some images, all sorts of stuff. I hope everyone. I don't know. I don't know how this went. Let me know. Um, let let me know. But I know you East Coast people need to go to sleep, and I need to go to sleep. And I'm in. Yeah, West Coast people. It's a reasonable hour for you. Uh, the rest of you, I don't know. Um, all right, I'm going to end this, and I will finish it up tomorrow night, and I will save this, and I think it lives for a while on Twitch. And thank you. Okay, goodbye.